Hello, David Gillick. Are you there?
I am. Hi, Michael.
Hi, David. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
All right.
Okay, I can hear you. I can see you okay, and we just need your background, and then you're good to go.
Is that backwards? I think so.
It is. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, you're all good to go.
Thank you.
Good. See you in just a bit.
David, I'm sorry. Am I mistaken, or are we missing a few folks right now?
We are missing the long-range subcommittee members, and I
Okay.
believe they had a really full agenda, so I have a feeling it's running a little late.
Okay, so we'll give them a few moments.
Yes, I would if you could. Oh, here they come.
Sure.
It looks like they just ended, so we just need to wait for the other two to arrive, and we should be good to go.
Can you hear me?
Hi, David. Yes, we can hear you and can see you, and your logo is good.
Are we live yet?
Oh,
We are waiting for the rest of for long range. I believe Commissioner Copeland will also be joining.
yeah, but other than that, we are live though on all the social media platforms, Stacy. So we're good to go as soon as Commissioner Copeland shows up.
Okay. I'm just trying to toggle between all of the different little tiles on the right side of my screen here. David, we do anticipate a full commission tonight, yes?
Yeah, and here comes Commissioner Copeland. So we will have a full
Okay.
commission.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, and we are good to
All right.
go, Chair.
All right, great. Thank you everyone for joining us this evening. The West Hollywood Planning Commission acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and Gabrielino K'iche' peoples. This Planning Commission meeting is being live broadcast and teleconferenced on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. You may call in to make a comment, and you may also listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833. The meeting ID is 820-9771-2649. Once you've entered that, you can press the pound sign. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this Planning Commission meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the Planning Commission Secretary should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the Planning Commissioners about difficulties viewing the meeting. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. If you are experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options and a guide to troubleshoot your connection. If you continue to experience difficulties, you can also call 323-848-3151. I'm going to go ahead and call to order this meeting of the West Hollywood Planning Commission. This is a regularly scheduled meeting. It is Thursday, January 19th. Happy New Year, everyone. It's lovely to see you. I am now going to ask someone to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. This is so much easier to do when we're in person. I'm going to, you know what? I'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then I will volunteer as tribute. So please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Item 3 is roll call. David, can you please call?
Thank you. Good evening, Commission. Commissioner Matos,
Present.
Commissioner Lombardi,
Present.
Commissioner Gregoire,
Present.
Commissioner Copeland,
Present.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Present.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Here.
Chair Jones,
Here.
and we have a full quorum.
Thank you. Item 4 is approval of the agenda. I would like to make some recommendations for changes, as I believe we have at least one recusal. I would like to propose that we move item 10D up to the top of our agenda. Just to note that item 10A will be continued is being recommended for continuance to February 2nd of 2023, which is our next regularly scheduled meeting. But again, so this would mean that we would do A is going to be continued, then B, then item D, then item C, and would close out with that.
Chair Jones, could we also move items from staff up to after director's report?
I don't see any issue with that. Thank you for flagging that, Commissioner Gregoire. I just want to make sure with legal, Lauren Langer and Isaac Rosen, if you're on, or I think I see your names. Are you able to advise if this is okay?
Yeah, I would say so long as that works for staff, I think that's fine. I think you could take each of those prospective changes to the agenda, moving 10D to the top of the agenda, continuing 10A to the next regular meeting on February 3rd, and moving items from staff up before the public hearings. I think you can all do that as one motion. And so long as anyone that needs to recuse is provided the opportunity in advance of that motion.
Okay. So I would move to amend the agenda as proposed. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Lombardi.
Thank
And
you.
Chair,
Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead.
Yes, I'll second.
and Chair, I believe we do have an abstention on moving item 10A to the next regularly scheduled meeting.
That would be me.
Okay.
And Commissioner Carvalho, can you just announce your abstention and the reason on 10A, please?
Yeah, I will abstain from a vote because I have conflict of interest with item 10A, which is Sunset Billboard Program.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. David, can you please take the vote?
Thank you. Commissioner Lombardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Meadows,
Yes.
Commissioner Gregoire,
Yes.
Commissioner Copeland,
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalho, who
Abstain.
will be abstaining. Thank you. Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Chair Jones.
Yes.
And the agenda is approved as amended, noting Commissioner Carvalho abstaining from the vote on 10A.
Great. Thank you. Item 5A is approval of the minutes from the December 15th, 2022 meeting. Just to note that I was not present at that meeting, so I will need to abstain from the vote. Do we have any motions for changes to the minutes?
I move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Gregoire,
Yes.
Commissioner Lombardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Meadows,
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalho,
Yes.
Commissioner Copeland,
Yes.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Chair Jones.
Abstain as I was not present at the December 15th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And the minutes for December 15th, 2022 are approved as presented, noting Chair Jones abstaining.
Great. Thank you, David. Item 6 is public comment. This is a time that is reserved for general comments about planning related issues and not for things that are on this evening's agenda. David, do we have any public speakers at this time?
Chair, I received no public speakers for the general comment item. We do have several people on the platform. If there is anybody that would like to make a general comment on any item that is not appearing on the agenda, just use the raise hand feature in the platform or *9 for me if you're calling in, and we'll give you 3 minutes to make a comment. And Chair, it looks like we are all clear for public comments.
Great, thank you. Just to note to anyone who may be wanting to make a general comment later, you will have an opportunity to do so again at the end of the meeting. So moving right along, item 7 is our director's report. I believe John Kehoe is on with us this evening.
Good evening, everyone. John Kehoe, Director of Planning and Development Services. Happy New Year. I hope everyone had a good holiday break. So we're back to the routines. We have a lot of items going to City Council in the next few weeks and months. So on the next City Council meeting, which is on Monday, on January 23rd, we have 2 items that the Planning Commission looked at. And the first one is 8465 Santa Monica Boulevard, and that was the development agreement and billboard at the Holloway Motel. And then we also have a ZTA going to the City Council on the ADUs that the Planning Commission took a look at. On the next meeting after that in February, on February 6th, there'll be 2 items that will be of interest to everyone. And that's, we'll be talking about potential bike lanes on Santa Monica Boulevard and hopefully some final regulations for out zones in the public right of way. And so that's my update for tonight.
Great, thank you, David. Any questions for Mr. Kehoe? Okay, great, thanks very much, John. Okay, item 8 is items from commissioners. Do we have any commissioners who'd like to give a comment this evening at this time? Okay. All right, with that said, item 9 is consent calendar. There is none, and now we'll launch into our public hearings. Item 10, I also just want to make a note, I am toggling between screens here, so please verbally cue me, commissioners, if you see me. I'm looking at another screen because I want to make sure. Oh, Commissioner Gregoire, please go ahead.
Just a reminder, we moved items from staff up before the public hearings.
Yes, you're right. Thank you very much for the reminder. I appreciate that. With that being noted, thank you for helping keep me in order. This is why I still love paper sometimes. We do have item 14, that's items from staff, as Commissioner Gregoire noted. Item 14A is the planning manager's update. Jennifer Alkire, do you have an update for us?
Sure. Okay, so coming up on Planning Commission agendas for February, we've got the item that's being continued tonight, 8497 to 8499 Sunset Boulevard, will be on February 2nd. We've also got a conditional use permit for overnight animal boarding at 8549 to 8551 Santa Monica Boulevard. We will be reviewing a draft environmental impact report, public comment for 7811 Santa Monica Boulevard. That's the bond project. And we'll also be asking for appointments to the design review subcommittee and to the newly created, assuming that they create it, City Playhouse Council Design Steering Committee. And then for February 16th, we will be hearing a zone text amendment for multifamily parking standards. That's it for February. Both of those at this time are virtual still. They will be on Zoom. If anything changes, we will let you know, but I believe the February 2nd, at least, hearing has already started to be noticed. So the ability to move that back to an in-person, even with the case, the COVID cases being down, is unlikely, but we'll keep you all posted. For subcommittees, we've got the design review subcommittee continues to not have anything on the agendas coming up. The Sunset Arts and Advertising subcommittee, we do not have an upcoming date at this time. Were we just sorry? We can discuss the dates for that. Sorry, I got tripped up on that. We do have one item that's coming up, but we don't have a set date yet. So I will fill you in as we know more. And then for the long range planning project subcommittee, we have a meeting scheduled for February 16th to discuss tree canopy standards, multifamily parking standards, and non-residential uses in residential zones. So that's it for the updates. And if you have any questions for me.
Jennifer, does anyone have questions for Jennifer Alkire? Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead.
Just one question. Maybe I was taking my notes too fast and just wanted to make sure I heard right. February 16th, the Planning Commission meeting, you said zone text amendment on multifamily parking standards. And then also long range, we'll be discussing that on the same date.
That is interesting. Maybe Francisco can shed some light on this scheduling. Maybe one of those is updated and I didn't realize. Francisco, do you have any other information on that?
Yeah, I think the long-range planning subcommittee will review it first before it goes to Planning Commission. I think we may just not have updated the Planning Commission calendar correctly. So it will only be one, not both, for sure.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And all related to that February 16th date, I just wanted to provide an FYI. I think I will be absent. I think I'll be in Southeast Asia. I guess if it's remote, depending on time, I could look at that, but just wanted to give a heads up now.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Looks like no. Thank you. And thank you again, Commissioner Gregoire, for reminding me. Commissioner Thomas, Vice Chair Thomas, I'm sorry. I believe that you raised your hand and I just want to make sure that you're acknowledged.
No, I was sneezing. Thank you, though,
Okay.
Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're a little out of order here, but that's okay. We did item 7. We moved item 14 up. No one wanted to comment, so item 8 is finished. Consent calendar, there is none. Again, that's finished. Item 10A, again, is public hearings. So just as a note, item 10A, which is 8497 to 8499 Sunset Boulevard, this has been recommended for continuance to February 2nd, 2023, which is our next regularly scheduled meeting. We can now move, I believe the order was to move then to what's listed as item D on the agenda. This is the ZTA for multi-stall gender neutral restroom facilities.
All right. Let me get set up here. Apologies, I'm setting up my presentation here. Could the commission see my presentation? Yes.
Yes, you're good to go.
All right, thank you. So good evening, Chair Jones and Co-Chair Thomas and members of the commission. My name is Ben Galan. I'm the Building and Safety Manager for the City of West Hollywood. With me is Francisco Contreras. He is with Long Range Planning Manager. Thank you for your time tonight. Today, we're asking the Commission to adopt a resolution that will expand the applicability of Section 19.20.260, gender neutral public toilet facilities. As you recall, on November 3rd, 2022, the Planning Commission adopted a resolution recommending that the City Council approve a ZTA. They incorporated the gender neutral public toilet facilities section into our zoning ordinance. On December 5th, the City Council approved the ordinance, but directed staff to clarify the language and add specific tenant improvement work that require existing buildings or spaces to provide gender neutral toilet facilities. The direction was to amend the ordinance to include commercial renovations requiring a building permit that includes the removal of interior partitions or a complete floor plan alteration, and complete renovations that include the relocation, expansion, or accessibility upgrades of existing restrooms. The original intent was to include these types of improvements in the ordinance, but the text needed to be further clarified. We ask that the Commission approve the ZTA as recommended, and we thank you for your time, and we're open for any questions.
Great, thanks very much, Ben. Do we have any questions for staff at this time? I'm looking through, I don't see anyone. I think we don't have any questions at this time from the commission. Oh, Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jones. So I remembered that we had some of this discussion during our meeting as well with the Planning Commission in terms of what would trigger this requirement and the 50% construction. So I'm glad to hear there's some clarification. I'm sorry, it's been a little bit since I've looked at this update, but what did you specifically change? Could you, how did you clarify this statement? I'm trying to find it in the exhibit.
Sure. So on originally the way the ordinance read, it was just including item 1 on this slide, and we're now further clarifying with item 2 and 3.
Okay, you've been more specific about it, which is how I understand projects are usually triggered with that 50% threshold, but it's good to see that you're making that abundantly clear in the code revision. Thank you.
Commissioner Lombardi, any other questions from commissioners for staff at this time?
No.
Okay. Okay, well, with that, we will move to public comment for this item as we do not have an applicant. So, David, do we have any public speakers on this item?
Chair, I received no comments received no requests for speaking on this item. However, if there is anybody on the platform that would like to make a comment, please *9 for me if you're calling in. If you're on the platform, use the raise hands feature and we will give you 3 minutes to comment. And Chair, it looks like we are all clear for public comments on this item.
Okay, great, thank you. If anyone does want to speak, please do indicate with your keypad. But with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of the public hearing and we will move into deliberation. Do we have someone who would like to go first or a motion?
I'll move approval of this item.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Unless there's anything that anyone wants to discuss, and I never want to stifle debate and discussion, so we can call the vote unless anybody wants to discuss further any of the items or kind of elements of the ZTA.
Thank you, Commissioner Gregoire.
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Commissioner Copeland,
Yes.
Commissioner Lombardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Meadows,
Yes.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Jones.
Yes.
And the motion carries unanimously, approving resolution number PC 23-1506. There is no appeal process. This is a recommendation to City Council.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you, Ben. All right, so it's a little tricky. So again, item 10A was continued for the approval of the amended agenda. We moved item 10D up to follow item 10A, and now we will move to item 10B. This is 1047 North Crescent Heights Boulevard. This is a public hearing to determine general plan consistency for real property acquisition. And I'm going to pass this over to staff.
Good evening. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Great. My name is Allison Bartle. I'm the Project Development Administrator for the Property Development Division, and I'm joined tonight by the manager of our division, Brian League. On December 19th, 2022, the City Council authorized the purchase of real property at 1047 North Crescent Heights. Pursuant to Government Code Section 65402, a finding must be made that the acquisition of the land is consistent with the city's general plan. This is a street view of the site. It is zoned R3A. It is on a 6,551 square foot lot, and it is currently improved with a 1,508 square foot single family residence and a 700 square foot ADU. The single family residence in front is vacant and the ADU is owner occupied. Immediately adjacent and contiguous to the site is city-owned parcels that are located on the southwest corner of Santa Monica Boulevard and Crescent Heights Boulevard. The future use of the property is to be determined, but the acquisition of the site is an opportunity for the city to consolidate the property for a larger development site, likely a mixed-use development, which will include affordable housing or a 100% affordable housing project with the adjacent property next to it. This item, per SEQA, the property acquisition is categorically exempt pursuant to sections 15378 and 15061B3 because it has no potential for resulting in physical change in the environment, and it can be seen with certainty that there's no possibility that the proposed acquisition will have a significant effect on the environment. The acquisition will have no direct and reasonable or indirect physical change in the environment because no development is being proposed on the site, simply the acquisition. And any future use of the site will come back and follow appropriate CEQA review. The general plan, we find it consistent in 4 areas. LU1 is to maintain an urban form and land use pattern that enhances quality of life and meets the community vision for its future. The proposed project furthers the implementation of this land use policy because it supports a needed housing type in the urban environment that promotes health, safety, and well-being. H4, it provides for adequate opportunities for new construction of housing. H5, it provides a government environment that facilitates housing development and preservation. And H6, which is to promote equal access for housing for all. The proposed project furthers the implementation of the housing policy because it supports meeting diverse housing needs in our community. And with that, I will stop my share, and Brian and I are available for any questions.
Thank you, Allison. That may be the fastest presentation I've ever seen you give.
I'm happy to slow down and go over anything that anybody has questions on.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff at this time by commission? I'm gonna take that as a no. Okay. David, do we have any public speakers on this item?
Chair, I received no request to make a public comment on this item. Once again, if anybody's on the platform that would like to speak on this item, please star 9 for me if you're calling in. If you're on the Zoom platform, please use the raised hand feature. And Chair, it looks like we are all clear for public comments on this item also.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Again, if you are a member of the public and would like to comment on this item, please do use your keypad to indicate that you'd like to do so. But for now, I am going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of the public hearing, and we will move into deliberation. Do I have a commenter or a mover?
I'd like to move the item.
I will second.
I'll second.
That was about 4 seconds. It sounds like I have a motion. We have a motion from Commissioner Matos and a second from Commissioner Carvajero.
And Commissioner Matos, just to be clear, so the motion is to find or approve staff's recommendation and find the general plan consistency finding and the CEQA exemption, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
I don't want to stifle debate. Sorry, David, I just want to make sure, is there anybody who would like to comment on this before we call the vote? Okay, great, David, I think we can go ahead and call the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Matos,
Aye.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Commissioner Copeland,
Yes.
Commissioner Gregoire,
Yes.
Commissioner Lombardi,
Yes.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Chair Jones,
Yes.
and the motion passes. Passes for resolution number PC 231507 by unanimous vote. We do have an appeal process for this. The resolution the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
Thanks very much, David. So we're going to move to item 10C. This will be our final public hearing of the evening. This is 8527 to 8555 Santa Monica Boulevard and 8532 to 8552 Northwest Knoll Drive. Now, just to give everyone the lay of the land, I do want to make sure that we have ample opportunity should it arise for bathroom breaks and taking breaks. Oh, and just 1 second, Commissioner Gregoire. So I'd like to ask if we'd like to take a quick break now. Yes, take a quick break now. I'm getting a nod from Commissioner Matos. Or is that okay with everybody if we take a quick break now? Okay, so we'll take a quick 5-minute break. But before we do, I'd like to give Commissioner Gregoire an opportunity to recuse.
Yes, thank you so much. I just want to announce on the record that I have to recuse myself from this matter involving 8527 to 8555 Santa Monica Boulevard, as I have a real property conflict of interest. I live and own property within 500 feet of the subject project. So I will be saying goodnight to everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Gregoire. Have a good evening. We'll see you next time. Okay, so with that, again, before we move into the item, because I do expect this is going to take some time, we will take a quick 5-minute break. It's currently 7:02 p.m. Let's meet back here we'll make it 7:08 to make it even. Everyone can get things together and get a glass of water, maybe grab a snack, giving you an opportunity to gather yourselves. So see you back here in 5.5 minutes. Okay, everyone, it is 7:08. One, two, three. There he is. Okay. Okay, and with that, I think we can go ahead and get started. David, are we good to go? You ready?
Yes, Joe, we are good to go.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone, thank you. Again, we're going to launch into item 10C. Again, this is our final public hearing of the evening. This is 8527 to 8555 Santa Monica Boulevard and 8532 to 8552 Northwest Knoll Drive. Officially continued from Thursday, September 15th, and then again Thursday, November 3rd, and Thursday, December 1st. I am going to pass this over to Lori Yelton, who will give the staff report.
Thank you and good evening, Chair Jones and commissioners. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yes, you're good, Jim.
Before you tonight is a request to demolish 3 commercial structures, surface parking lots, and 4 single-family dwelling units on 6 contiguous parcels in order to construct a new 5-story, 158,836 square foot mixed-use building with 44,274 square feet of commercial space, including 12 live-work units, 111 apartment units, of which 17 are affordable, with 3 parking levels located at 8527 through 8555 Santa Monica Boulevard and 8532 through 8552 Northwest Knoll Drive, which we will refer to going forward as 8555 Santa Monica Boulevard. The proposed project is a qualifying housing development project as defined by state law, which dictates specific procedural requirements when considering a qualifying HAA project. As such, the project will assist the city in meeting its housing goals by adding 111 new residential units, including 17 affordable units to the city's housing stock, helping the city achieve its regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA, of 3,933 units before year 2029. This housing development project is subject to the Housing Accountability Act and applicable state housing law, as the project is more than 70% residential, exceeding the 2/3 residential threshold under the HAA, and meets applicable objective development standards in effect at the time the proposed project was deemed complete in 2016. The project's mix of uses will enhance the streetscape and improve pedestrian activity along Santa Monica Boulevard, a key commercial corridor. It is also near major transit, which follows the state legislature's recent intent to provide more housing near public transportation and in transit corridors. The project has been analyzed pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, guidelines, and an environmental impact report was prepared. The original draft environmental impact report was circulated in 2017, and a recirculated draft EIR was circulated in late 2021. The proposed project study found to have one significant and unavoidable impact with regard to construction noise. The proposed project's temporary construction-related noise impact remains above the threshold of significance, even with mitigation incorporated, so the Commission is being asked to adopt a statement of overriding considerations. The applicant is not requesting any legislative changes or variances. The proposed project complies with the code and general plan of what is allowed and envisioned for the site, and is compliant with the applicable objective city standards in effect when the project was deemed complete in 2016, some of which are not consistent with the current code requirements. The project includes height and FAR bonuses based on the proposed mixed-use nature of the project in accordance with the mixed-use development overlay zone, an FAR bonus for the provision of affordable housing, an FAR bonus available to mixed-use projects that achieve a minimum of 90 points on the West Hollywood Green Building point system. From the time the application was submitted in 2012, approximately 13 meetings have been conducted with respect to this project by the city and by the applicant to discuss the proposed project. The project has been reviewed by the city's urban design team and has been heard by the Design Review Subcommittee 5 times. The city also held 2 public hearings on the recirculated draft EIR before the Transportation Commission and before the Planning Commission in November 2021. The proposed project consists of a mixed-use building with a height of 55 feet and 5 stories along Santa Monica Boulevard and Northwest Knoll Drive, and includes the following uses: 111 apartment units, of which 17 are affordable, a base density of 60 units for the commercial lots and a base density of 22 units for the residential lots, 15,494 square feet of commercial live-work use, which is 12 units, 3,938 square feet of restaurant and cafe uses, 14,488 square feet of retail space, 3,643 square feet of personal service hair salon use, 133 bicycle parking stalls, and 6,711 square feet of office space. The apartment units include studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom units that range in size from 410 square feet to 1,721 square feet, with an average unit size of 905 square feet. The project includes 2,000 square feet of required common open space located on the second level, and includes at least 120 square feet of private open space per unit, with a total of 22,483 square feet of miscellaneous open space located throughout the project. The building is proposed to be constructed based on type 1B construction, which means the building will be made of concrete. Per the California Building Code, the proposed unit layout is in compliance with the type 1B construction. The project includes 12 live-work units, which is a commercial use and is not characterized as a residential use, even though it includes a housing component. It provides for the creation of alternative workspace that will provide an incentive for entrepreneurs, business owners, artists, artisans, architects, designers, and other individuals to continue to work in West Hollywood and contribute to the city's economy. As far as we are aware, live-work units do not count toward the city's RHNA numbers, and therefore does not count toward the inclusionary count or requirements. The proposed building height is measured as provided by code for sloping lots. The residential slope is approximately 5.1% sloping, and the commercial lot is approximately 13.2% sloping, which qualify for a sloping site. The proposed mixed-use structure would be a maximum of 55 feet in height, measured along Santa Monica Boulevard and along Northwest Knoll Drive. Along Santa Monica Boulevard, the height of the building would be approximately 48 feet from the ground surface to the top of the 3rd floor at the property line. The code does not require a front yard building setback in commercial zones. However, the 1st floor is set back 3.5 feet from the front property line. The 2nd and 3rd floors are cantilevered and extend to the front property line. The 4th floor is set back 8 feet from the front, and the 5th floor is set back 27 to 37 feet from the front property line. The 5th floor has 2 heights, a lower height setback of 27 feet and an upper height of approximately 34 feet. Per laterally sloping site measurement requirements, which is at least 5% or more from the front property line to the rear property line, elevation measurements were taken from the site survey at all corners of the property from property line to property line, as shown in the height diagram. These elevation measurements establish the midpoint for the parcel and measured upward from that point. An imaginary line is then drawn perpendicular to and extended outward toward the front or rear property line until it reaches the angle line. From the top of the midpoint line, the angle is drawn at a profile of 1 foot vertically to 2 feet horizontally, or a 2-to-1 cut, to connect the lower midpoint line with the perpendicular line. The area within the diagram becomes the building envelope. The site has been developed and is flat in some areas. However, the method of determining whether a site is sloped is measuring from the front and rear property lines of the project site to create logical building design on a parcel that may be flat in some areas and sloped in others, since it is a development site that has been developed over the years. Essentially, it's connecting the imaginary lines from all corners of the project parcels and using that differential to create the building envelope within this volume and placing the project appropriately on the overall project site. It is worth noting that this is not the first time the code has been applied using the laterally sloping site method, using multiple parcels that are sloped and in some areas are flat, are sloped in some areas and flat in others. As long as the slope is greater than 5%, it is at the option of the applicant to choose which sloping site method to use for the project. The adjacent hotel building has an existing height of 60 feet and 1/2 along Santa Monica Boulevard, with an additional approximate 2-foot architectural projection. So the proposed 55-foot mixed-use building would be of a lower height along Santa Monica Boulevard, especially since the 5th floor is set back at least 25 feet at the front of the building. In 2016, state density bonus law allowed a 35% maximum combined density bonus that a developer could seek under Government Code 65915. The applicant is seeking that 35% density bonus for that project. However, changes to state density bonus law means that if the applicant were to resubmit or otherwise revise their application material, they could seek and qualify for a larger percentage and higher number of density bonus units above 35%. The commercial component of the project includes a base density of 60 units, and of these, the applicant is providing 6 very low income units and 6 moderate income units on the commercial lots. This qualifies the project for a 35% density bonus or 0.7 FAR for residential purposes and 3 concessions under the West Hollywood Municipal Code and California State Density Bonus Law, though they are only seeking 2 concessions. The applicant is utilizing the area provided under the density bonus for residential units. The commercial zone characterizes density in terms of FAR and not units for purposes of calculating the affordable density bonus. Since the project utilizes both commercially zoned and residentially zoned parcels, which calculate density differently, the affordable housing calculations are separated out for the commercial and the residential parcels. The project includes 17 affordable units, and the applicant has requested a density bonus under state law. The city's inclusionary requirement requires that 20% of the base units be affordable. This project has a base unit count of 60 units on the commercial lots and 22 units on the residential lot. The 20% local requirement would require 12 affordable units in the project on the commercial lots and 5 affordable units on the residential lots. No residential units are being demolished on the commercially zoned properties, and 4 single-family residential dwelling units are being demolished on the 4 residentially zoned properties. The project would meet the state law replacement requirements because more than 4 affordable units are being provided for the project. The applicant is entitled to 3 affordable housing concessions pursuant to Government Code 65915 for providing the percentage of affordable housing units. In this case, 10% moderate income units and 14% very low income units. The applicant is requesting to use 2 of the 3 available concessions. Concessions can include a reduction in site development standards or a modification of zoning code requirements or architectural design requirements. The 2 concessions requested are an additional story not to exceed 10 feet in height and a mezzanine parking level for residential and bicycle spaces consisting of a partial level located above a portion of the first floor and below a portion of the second floor. The proposed project would provide a total of 347 parking spaces and 3 levels of parking pursuant to the parking requirements in effect in 2016. Guest parking spaces are not required for projects utilizing housing density bonus. The applicant submitted a parking demand study and as a result has requested a reduction of 9 commercial parking spaces from 356 to 347. Because this project was deemed incomplete in 2016, subsequent code changes do not apply. This includes revised parking requirements that were adopted by City Council in 2018, which was based on extensive demand studies conducted in the city. It is worth noting that if the same project were submitted now, the commercial component of the project would require 75 parking spaces, 106 fewer spaces than what is proposed with this project. When the project was deemed complete, the city utilized a green building point system as noted above. The project is required to comply with the standards in place at the time the project is deemed complete. The proposed project would achieve 90 points on the city's green building point system checklist. As an incentive for reaching 90 points, the applicant requests a 0.1 FAR bonus, which was available to high achieving projects under the applicable version of the green building program. The project is otherwise consistent with the West Hollywood general plan and has been designed to balance the economic and land use goals of the city and encourages a vibrant, walkable vision for this area that has endured since the city's first general plan was adopted in 1988. The project would be transformed to this portion of the city of Santa Monica Boulevard and Westnall Drive in the center of West Hollywood West. The existing buildings on the subject site are in disrepair, underutilized, and do not help achieve the goals and policies of the city. Conditions 6.42 and 6.43 in the project resolution require the project include a minimum of 90 green building points to be reviewed and approved during the building and safety plan check process prior to building permit issuance. The submitted plans are preliminary and for planning review at this time. It should be noted that the plans will include significantly more detail prior to the building and safety plan check process, in which green building points will be reviewed again by all city departments for compliance at that time. If the project does not meet the 90 green building points, the project shall be revised to include a reduced FAR by 0.1. An EIR was prepared for this project to evaluate any potential environmental effects that would result from development of the proposed project and to inform the public and decision makers of these potential effects. It evaluates and discloses potential effects, the severity of said effects, and any mitigations that could alleviate identified impacts, and finally, any alternatives to the project that could eliminate or significantly reduce any identified significant and unavoidable environmental impacts. The EIR identified one significant unavoidable impact of this project with regard to construction noise, which was determined to be a significant and unavoidable temporary or periodic increase in noise levels. Mitigation measure N-1H requires the construction of a feasible sound barrier along the westerly property line during the shoring phase of construction to reduce construction noise impacts. During the building construction phase, temporary sound barriers or mobile sound barriers may be used as appropriate to attenuate construction noise during noise generating equipment, including grading and excavation equipment used on site. Despite the implementation of this mitigation measure, the construction noise impact would remain significant and unavoidable. Generally, large projects like this, including the Sprouts project across the street from the proposed project, also had an unavoidable construction noise impact. Since the significant impact associated with the proposed project cannot feasibly be mitigated and cannot be avoided by the adoption of a feasible alternative, staff recommends the adoption of a statement of overriding considerations. This is a set of findings illustrating that the project meets city goals, and the city finds that the merits of the project outweigh the potential impacts on the environment. The city has balanced the project's benefits, including the addition of 111 additional housing units, against its significant and unavoidable impacts. The city finds that the project's benefits outweigh this significant and unavoidable impact, and therefore that the impact is acceptable in light of the proposed project's benefits. The city finds that the benefits of the proposed project is an overriding consideration that warrants approval of the project, notwithstanding the project's significant and unavoidable impact related to construction noise. The project will provide several public benefits such as affordable housing, provision of local jobs and increased sales tax base, general plan implementation, rental units, live-work units, enhancement of pedestrian activity, public serving uses, and an increase in pedestrian, bike, and transit mode share. The project otherwise is consistent with the West Hollywood General Plan and balances the economic and land use goals of the city and encourages a vibrant, walkable vision for this area that has endured since the city's first general plan adopted in 1988. The project would be transformational to this portion of the city along Santa Monica Boulevard and West Knoll Drive in the center of West Hollywood. The existing buildings on the subject site are in disrepair, underutilized, and do not help achieve the goals and policies of the city. Therefore, the project is adequately conditioned so as to not endanger, jeopardize, or otherwise constitute a menace to the public convenience, health, interest, safety, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of the proposed use. In conclusion, the project is constructed along a major corridor, Santa Monica Boulevard, supports critical goals and objectives of the city's general plan, and will assist the city in meeting its housing goals by providing 111 new residential units, including 17 affordable units, to the city's housing stock. The project also includes 12 live-work units, which is a unique land use that can provide a more reasonable cost of living by combining live and work, and is a land use that the city encourages. The project's mix of uses will enhance the streetscape and improve pedestrian activity along the commercial corridor and is near major transit, which follows the state's legislature intent to provide more housing near public transportation and in transit corridors. Thus, the project is consistent with recent legislative intent in addition to the state density bonus requirements. As previously mentioned, the project is more than 70% residential and is subject to the Housing Accountability Act. Due to these benefits, staff recommends approval of the proposed project subject to the conditions in draft resolutions PC 22-1481 and 22-1482. Staff, the applicant's team, the city's environmental consultant from Rincon and Fair and Peers are available for any questions you may have. Additionally, it may be helpful if all questions are directed to city staff and staff can then direct the question to the appropriate party. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Lori. So the way this will go, just in terms of order, is I'm going to open the floor up to just questions of staff. This is just questions of staff about items contained in the staff report. Should anybody have questions, please try not to indicate how you might feel or, vote on the item should things move forward. So this is just a time to ask questions. After that, we'll do disclosures. Then we'll move into public comment. Sorry, then the applicant, then public comment, and then the rebuttal. So we'll have a final opportunity to ask questions of the applicant, and then we will move into deliberation. I know that's a lot. But in any case, does anyone have questions for staff at this time about items contained in the staff report or about Lori's presentation? Commissioner Carviero.
Thank you. Lori, the drawing set that we're looking at, or the drawing set that was last issued to us as dated October 6, 2022, there is not a further iteration of this drawing set, correct?
That is correct. This is the same set of plans that that we've had for the last few continuation planning commission hearings.
Okay, so there's no other versions, and it is the set that is included in the agenda as a link, so there's no discrepancy there. The public sees the same thing that we've seen.
That is correct.
Okay, great. And then, I was on design review. We've reviewed this project 3 times. The reason, and it seems like, well, I know this project responded to our comments, but also the project has not evolved significantly over the last 2 or 3 iterations from a plan point of view, even though we have made comments.
That is correct.
That's why it didn't come back to design review.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the low-income housing units, they have not been identified yet, but code protects their locations, and it will be determined later on in the permit process, correct? So we don't need to be worried about some low-income, any of those units being placed in awkward locations in the building. They will be equal across the board.
That is correct. The code requires that all affordable units, be the same finishes dispersed throughout the building, not, on one floor or in one corner. And our housing division will determine which units will be affordable based on the need at that time.
Okay. And then the sloping site method, which, has caused a lot of controversy. I did a deep dive with a colleague into the code, and the code isn't very clear in terms of how that plane is determined. It is determined at the midpoint, but neither one of us found any example where you were connecting multiple points of the site to create a slope. But, given that, who on staff made the final decision from a staff point of view that the sloping site method is the right way to approach this site?
It's the method in which, as long as there's a 5% slope, it's at the discretion of the applicant. So the applicant submits the plans with the measurements as they did in the diagram that was up on the screen, and staff reviewed. We had a team review the plans to ensure that it met the code requirements. The points at all corners of the property were all provided by a survey, and then it meets the code in terms of the midpoint and drawing the invisible line, and that building is within that envelope.
I get it. It's a tough one to sort of explain, and you and I have gone through the diagrams in the past, and I understand that. And like I said, code isn't entirely clear on this one, So it is left up to us to decide and to staff to verify. For me, in looking at it, it just seemed like staff decided that, or agreed based on the fact that it likely creates a better building than treating it as a flat site.
That is correct.
And then my last question is really about the Union Bank and Artistry buildings. I mean, are those comparable to this site, given they don't traverse residential lots?
I think, is John available? I think John looked into that previously.
Commissioner, could you repeat the question?
I would just, is it a fair comparison to look at 855 Santa Monica and the Union Bank and Artistry buildings? Because neither the Union Bank or the Artistry buildings traverse residential lots. So it makes sense that those would be treated as on a flat plane versus the sloping method.
So that is the case, but also those buildings, I believe, are either 1 or 2 stories. And as Lori had indicated, an applicant has the ability to request one of the 2 ways to do the calculations. And if they didn't request it to use a sloping site, then we wouldn't have looked at it in that way.
Right, that makes sense. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have other questions of staff from commissioners? Commissioner Matos, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jones. I have a quick question regarding the green point system. My understanding is that this is no longer being used in projects and is a 2016 item. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. My next question is, how does the city verify that the use of environmental friendly materials were used in the project that granted them the green points? How and when does the city make that determination that they were in fact used?
So we have our building official, Ben Galan, on the call, and he can probably shed some light on that. It's my understanding that that what is provided on the plan, it also has to be verified in the field by the building inspector. And then I believe there's also a third party architect that has to sign off on that as well, that the green building point in question was used. Like if it's a fly ash material or if it's a concrete, especially environmentally friendly concrete, that they have to prove that was used in the project. So it's not just a matter of putting it on the plans and then not incorporating into the project. But if you have further questions, maybe Ben can add something to that.
No, I think you covered it, Lori. It's it's reviewed during the plan check process and verified, and out in the field our inspectors verify that what was indicated on the plans is what's being installed or built out in the field.
Got it. So is there a follow-up after the plan check phase to ensure that, double check that they were in fact used, the materials?
Sure, that happens through the inspection process. And depending on the type of material, some of these specialized materials need certifications. The inspectors also collect those out in the field before any certificate of occupancy is issued.
Okay, so it's in the field verified before certificate of occupancy.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Matos, are those your questions? Any more questions? No?
That's my only question for now.
Okay. Vice Chair Thomas, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. At last month's meeting, we talked about CVC changes and state building code changes, and I wanted to find out from staff, would any of those changes impact this project?
Yes, the plans that are submitted through the building safety process are subject to the building code that are in effect at that time. So when this if this project were submitted, say tomorrow, to building safety plan check, it would be subject to the building code at the time, which is the updated code that just changed in January of this year.
Are there any significant changes that we should know about today that would impact our decision, or?
I don't think there's any specific changes to this project that would require a redesign or a major change.
Okay, great, thank you. My other question is that the facade on Northwest Knoll Drive was previously deemed to be of exemplary design, which allows the building to maintain the required first floor front setback of 14 feet 1 inches, and is not required to have the additional 6-foot step back on the floors above the first floor. In our code, ordinarily the first floor the setback would be 15 feet, because there were several questions about this. So I just wanted to confirm that the reason it's 14 foot 1 inch is because it's the average of the 2 adjacent properties.
That is correct. That's correct. So it's the average of the two. In this case, it's the next two properties, up West Knoll, and those two front setbacks average 14 feet 1 inch. And so the front or first floor setback is 14 feet 1 inch. And generally, if it was not deemed exemplary design, it would have to, the second floors and above would have to be an additional 6 feet back, for that step back, because it was deemed the residential component deemed exemplary design, all of the along the whole building face is 14 feet 1 inch. It did not have that additional 6-foot setback on the second and floors and above.
Okay, thank you. Also, the staff report states that the businesses on Santa Monica Boulevard will have open space. Has the city agreed to an encroachment, since the project would otherwise be infringing on the public sidewalk?
I'm sorry, a public open space?
It was in the report that the businesses are anticipated to have, I think, about 200 or so square feet of open space. And I was just trying to figure out how that would happen. It seems like they would need to have an encroachment in order for that to happen. And I'm also, well, I'll ask the applicant the other question.
Okay, let me look into this and get back to you.
Okay, and I just have 2 more questions.
Okay, sure.
In the mitigation measure N1D on construction notice, it states that if there is any noise complaints, they will be addressed within 24 hours. And then in mitigation measure N1B, it states that if a noise complaint is registered, the contractor shall retain a city-approved noise consultant within 1 week of the complaint. And that consultant shall provide a letter report summarizing potential measures to reduce noise levels. But it stops there. And my question is there a certain amount of time that the applicant has to implement those measures? Because it just doesn't close the loop. There's a consultant, there's a report, and then what?
Okay. That's a good question. I'll need to look into that as well.
Okay.
And get back to you.
Okay. Okay. And then my final question is about the carriage lane. There was a lot of conversation about the carriage lane when this was brought before the Planning Commission in 2019, as it relates to deliveries. And would it be possible to implement that carriage lane on West Knoll? It seems like there was a lot of conversation around that, but it's not in our most recent packet. So I just don't know if there was any more exploration about the possibility of a carriage lane.
I think we have Bob from Transportation that may be able to answer that.
Hi, can you repeat the question again, please?
Sure. When this project was presented in 2019. There was a lot of conversation about the concerns about traffic on West Knoll, and there was a recommendation about a carriage lane so that the larger vehicles can get out of the way. I mean, the expectation is that the delivery vehicle will go underground, but on the off chance that they don't, is there possible to have that carriage lane so that they can the larger vehicles can be there and the other vehicles can pass by? I just didn't know if there was any exploration around the carriage lane.
So I'm sorry, I'm drawing a bit of a blank. So you're talking about the carriage lane on West Knoll, not on Santa Monica, right?
Honestly, I think that was a little bit of an assumption on my part. I read through all of the transcripts from the previous meetings, and to be fair, there was no specificity about where the carriage lane would be. I just assumed that it would be on West Knoll because that's where the lobby would be, but
well, because West Knoll doesn't really have the room for a carriage lane unless you take additional right of way. So I don't think it's feasible to even have a carriage lane on West Knoll. On Santa Monica, a carriage lane again is, you'll have to take some sidewalk work as well as probably some right of way from the private property in order to accommodate a carriage lane. But I think there are enough queuing or storage in the driveway, as well as, we took a look at the traffic that goes in and out of that driveway, both on Santa Monica and West Knoll. And, they're averaging 1 vehicle per minute. So we don't really see a need to have concerns about queuing or trucks queuing other vehicles going into the site.
Okay. Thank you. And Chair, those are all my questions for staff.
Great, thank you. Additional questions for staff. Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jones. I'm going to try to start big picture and then drill into some other questions here, but apologies if I jump around a little bit. Some of my questions have already been addressed by other commissioners and answered. But I guess I just wanted to start with an understanding. When this project was last heard by the Planning Commission in totality, there were fewer parcels. It's now reached an aggregate total size of over 60,000 square feet. And so at what point is a major redesign triggered? It seems like 30 or 40% of the project has evolved. Or maybe to start, what was reviewed with design review, for example? Is it a version of what we're looking at now, the enlarged project?
The previous project included 5 parcels, and it was essentially the same project. I believe it was, forgive me, my memory, I think it was 97 units. And then we went to the Planning Commission and there was discussion about the less than 60,000 square foot project site, which would have required a waiver. The applicant then purchased the adjacent property for a total of 6 properties. So the size of the 5 parcels was approximately 55,000 square feet. And then with this additional parcel, it was 61,000 square feet. So it's generally speaking, when people submit, submit projects, they'll revise them, they'll add to them, they'll take away from them. This wasn't something that, with an additional 6,000 square foot lot that, triggered a new application or a different project. So with that, we recirculated the environmental impact report that included that additional parcel. And again, that was something that we that historically we wouldn't have said this is a brand new project and you have to resubmit an entire new project because of this additional 6,000 square foot parcel.
Okay, and what was reviewed by I understand what was reviewed by the planning commission. It has not gone to design review since that planning commission meeting in this larger 6 parcel size.
It
Yes,
has.
so this is,
It did go to
did.
design review subcommittee with
Okay.
the additional lot in December 2019, I believe.
Got it.
Commissioner Cavallaro was on that body at that time, and they did review the project, and so that it hasn't changed much since that
Okay.
hearing.
Thank you for tying that loop to help me understand. And then what I'm also trying to understand that relates to this is clearly a threshold was hit where the EIR needed to be reviewed and revised again. So a magnitude of change that was large enough for that. So how is that triggered, but not considering this a new project or revising the codes and standards that it needed to apply to? I know it's only 6,000 square feet, but then you multiply that up, the area has changed by a significant percentage. So can you explain the rationale behind how one thing has been triggered in terms of the EIR, but not in terms of the codes that apply to the project?
I think Carly from RainCon can address that question. It's my understanding that it was not required, but it was something that we chose to do. Carly, can you shed some light on that?
Before Carly jumps in, can I just add one quick thing and then I'll kick it over to her? I just wanted to speak real quick to the recirculated EIR and the fact that we have projects, thankfully not regularly, but it happens that projects have recirculated EIRs, and it's not necessarily something that kicks the project over into one category or the other. In fact, you'll be hearing a comment hearing. You'll have a comment hearing at our next meeting for a recirculated draft EIR. So just setting the stage that that's not necessarily a correlation or the same trigger. And with that, I'll leave it to Carly. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Hello, Chair and Commissioners. Carly Kaufman of RainCon Consultants. We assisted the city on the CEQA compliance for this project. I think Jennifer might have answered your question, which is kind of more about code enforcement, but yeah, for the EIR to be recirculated, there's certain triggers for that under CEQA. One of them is if there would be new unavoidable impacts or substantially more severe unavoidable impacts. This project didn't meet that criteria. However, because there was significant new information for the project, primarily the expanded project footprint to add the additional parcel, the city felt that that would constitute significant new information requiring recirculation of the draft EIR. So the draft EIR was updated to reflect the expanded project footprint and expanded project size, and the analysis was all updated, and the EIR was recirculated.
Okay, thank you. That helps me understand on the EIR side. I guess on the code side, it's of the standpoint that it's still the same project and maybe there's some interpretation there. In terms of, I want to move on to other questions though. I have a couple of quick follow-up questions on the sloping plane method. So in previous PC hearings, questions were raised about a precedent with using the sloping plane method at comparable or adjacent properties. I think we may have just touched on that a little bit. It was my understanding the sloping plane method was actually denied by other projects that were nearby or adjacent. So I'm trying to understand, has there been an example of a property like this, which has been developed and is now primarily flat, and an applicant asked to use a sloping plane method and it was denied, or even the other way around, that it was reviewed and the city deemed that appropriate?
I'm not aware of any projects that were denied. Again, the code specifically reads that it's at the discretion, if you have a 5% or greater sloping site, it's at the discretion of the applicant to choose which method they wish to use. So in talking to my team, nobody can think of any instance where any project was denied, since it's at the discretion of the applicant.
Okay, thank you. And then the sloping plane method has been applied with the residential portion of the project and the commercial portion of the project, which are multiple parcels. But one thing that I noticed in the municipal code is that there's a lot of reference in determining the sloping plane method that discusses the parcel. So I think that in your description in the staff presentation earlier, you mentioned property line and project site in terms of determining those midpoints and other datum lines for the sloping plane method, but we have residential and commercial portions of the project that have multiple parcels, and it seems that our code is referencing the parcel to determine the sloping plane method, and combined parcels were used in this case. Has that ever been done before?
Yes, it has. I think when the code references parcel, it means project site. This project site includes 6 parcels. They will all be tied together. There's a condition that requires prior to building permit issuance that all the lots must be tied together. Of course, they have to be tied together. There's a building that spans multiple property lines, and you can't have a building that spans property lines that are not connected. So we're looking at this project site as one whole project site where we take the measurements from all 4 corners of all sites and then draw that line. So it's not individual parcels, because this project consists of 6 parcels. So we're looking at the entire property from all I'd say corners, but West Knoll it's curved, but from all essentially corners of the property.
Okay, well, that's the item that I'm hung up on when I look at the code, but I'll leave it at that. And then another question I have that relates to some of this. So in our code, there's also some references to height limitations and setbacks. So this project are we defining this as a mixed use project, given that it's got, okay, thank you. And then in terms of some of our code requirements, I think it's section 19.10.050. There's a note about a limit of 35 feet in height adjacent to R1, R2, R3, and R4 residential zoning districts. If you look at some of the drawings, including the axonometric drawing in the project documentation, the project's 50 feet. I know there's some public comments that suggest it's higher. So how is this seen or interpreted in your opinion as being allowable for this project? How have they been able to work around that height limit requirement? Because we have a tall structure right adjacent to the condo property that's just to the north.
So if you look at, I'm just looking at the first floor plan. Sorry, let me get that up. And the project architect is here and can probably answer some of these questions as well. Sorry, I'm trying to get the plans. Do we want James, the project architect, to address that comment?
Before we do that, maybe we let them have their presentation, and then they can address questions.
Thank you. Okay, we can wait. And then I'll move on to the noise mitigation measures. And I guess one question I have is I think there was note of a noise barrier 15 feet high. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering where that's being determined from. Is that at grade? Is that along the line of where that barrier is required? Like, does it need to be more specific?
Carly, do you want to answer that?
Yes, sorry, I was just flipping over to pull up the text of the mitigation, but yeah, it's typically measured just from the ground level, from wherever the barrier is located. And I think we said at least 15 feet high, so it could be higher than that.
Okay, from grade. I guess I want to look at this text again. I don't. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, and then also there's like noise blankets that could be at the actual machinery that produces the noise on the site during the shoring phase, in addition to the wall.
Okay, thank you. And then question I have, has the city ever employed sound meters on a site? Because this seems to be a large concern here, something that would maybe be on site to notify, especially if there's construction or noise that's after hours, that's considerable, because we know this will probably be a long duration of construction. I'm curious if that's something that has been implemented before or might help address this one mitigation measure that seems to be unavoidable for this project.
Jennifer or John, do you know of any in the past? I cannot
I'm
think
not
of
aware of any now.
Yeah.
Okay, I know it's being applied in some municipalities for things like traffic and car noise, so that's just a question I have relating to that. The other general, I'll leave it as general for now. Maybe the applicant can answer this better, but there are outdoor private open spaces that are shown on the plans, but they don't look like they're private. So did staff check this? Is there, I'm not sure how.
Which units are you referring to?
I think there's several of them, but I could probably get to one of them. So for example, on the third and second floor plans, the units to the far east, they would be the numbers 24 and 25, also 35, it's on the other side of that hallway. They have private open space, but you actually have to walk through that private open space to get between or to either unit. It's not, you know, someone would be walking by you potentially to access another unit.
Right.
And then also they're in corridor space, which could also have people passing by. So I'm trying to understand how that applies as private outdoor space.
Well, according West Hollywood Municipal Code Section 19.36.280 2E, it says uncovered areas required at least 33% of the perimeter of the private open space of each unit shall be open to the outdoors, and a corridor is to the outdoors. So we believe the private open space in these 3 units specifically that you referred to comply with the private open space requirement.
Okay, so it'll be open to the outdoors, and they're open to a corridor that is open to the outdoors.
Correct.
In this case. Okay. Interesting. And I think that might be my last question because I asked the other general question. So yeah, that's it for my questions for staff. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Does anyone else have questions for staff at this time? Commissioner Copeland, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Some of the questions have just been asked, but I do have several. The merging of these lots is discretionary, is that correct? I mean, it could be at the commission's discretion to think if it should be better in 2 separate. It's not mandatory that these lots be merged, and it's just discretionary.
Isaac, Jennifer?
So the merging of the lots is required to build this building, and it is discretionary to the extent that the project is discretionary. The project is protected under the Housing Accountability Act. So in that sense, this is the project as it's being proposed, and the merging of those lots is part of it.
Okay, I know there's a new mixed use ordinance that was passed recently that does not allow buildings to cross lot lines, but this of course was 2016, so that was before that. So it's not, we shouldn't be looking at it through that lens at all then, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
Okay, you did mention that you did not, couldn't think of any other properties that had been denied using the sloping method, but do you know of another property on Santa Monica Boulevard that has used it? To give us an example?
And I don't know about any on Santa Monica Boulevard specifically. I think there was a project at 8950 Sunset, which is now the James Hotel, that uses the sloping site method and consisted of multiple parcels. I'm also told that 1120 Larrabee was also graded and developed, but and consisted of multiple parcels, but the sloping site method was used for that site as well.
If you're not aware of any denials.
No.
When it comes to the green points, the mature trees that are being removed from the residential lots, was there any 1-for-1 replacement requirement for those trees at the time, or are we talking about old standards once again?
That's
that,
correct. Right,
that at that time that was not in place?
correct.
Okay, but the trees that are eligible for the green points, are they required to be on the actual project property or can they be on the city parkway?
They have to be on private property.
They have to be on the property of the park, okay.
Correct.
You can't count the ones that are in the parkway, the city.
No.
Park. Okay.
And again, this is, I just want to clarify, this is a preliminary landscape plan. So that's when they submit to building and safety, they'll have to submit a more detailed landscape plan that will be thoroughly reviewed and cross-checked for green building points as well.
Okay, and if these green building points are deemed to be insufficient, would that then require a return to planning commission because of the, if you're with the entitlements that they're receiving because of these green points?
Yes, it would require a revision to the project because I think they're getting, what is it, 4,000 square feet, additional square feet. So yes, it would require a redesign.
Okay, we're talking about the permeability requirements. So do planters or things that do not touch the ground and are not in dirt, do they meet the permeability requirements for those green points? Again, I know it's another green points question, but.
So permeability, section 19.26.050, planters where trees will be planted above this subterranean or semi-subterranean parking structure shall have a minimum soil depth of 3 feet. So these areas will that are above a subterranean parking garage do have 3 feet, and so therefore they are it is permeable area, and they do have more than 50% permeable area within their setbacks, so they do comply.
Okay, so these affordable units are not required to be in the residential lot or in their residential building?
No, they're dispersed throughout the project.
Okay, so they can be dispersed throughout both commercial and residential building?
Correct.
Okay, the live work units, I realize they require a business license. If that business happens to fold, would that result in an eviction of the tenant from the living quarters, or what would be is this, and also about the live work units, the maximum occupancy and operation hours, are those set by code or up to the discretion of the building's owner or the live work occupant?
That's a good question. I can look into that and get back to you. I don't know specifics on that.
Okay. I think there was a question before about the interior 2 bedrooms without egress using an exception because of the all concrete.
That's correct.
Construction, is that correct?
Projects aren't with 1B construction are not subject to the same requirements as type 5 construction. So the project currently does meet the ingress and egress requirements for type 1B construction.
Okay, so there couldn't be any significant materials changes during this project without triggering a redesign or.
Correct. Correct. And just to throw it out there, if they did change it to say type 5 construction, for example, the project then would not meet the ingress and egress requirements, so it would have to be redesigned so that it met those requirements.
Okay. A question came up from the public about this site was not deemed eligible for any further historic or cultural resource review, including the Queen Violet Courtyard Restaurant. Is that correct?
Carly from Rincon can probably shed some light on that with the historic analysis that was done as part of the EIR.
Yeah, there were historic evaluations prepared for all of the buildings on the site that would be demolished, and none of them were found to be eligible to be listed on there.
Okay, either for cultural resource or for historic. Okay,
correct.
Let's see, any other questions? I think I'll turn it over to someone else right now. I'll probably have some questions for the applicant, if that's okay.
Of course.
The parking situation, should that be addressed to the applicant, the issues with parking?
Yes, that would be.
I think if you consider it an issue, probably, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we can ask as many questions as we like. Any additional questions for staff by commission at this time? Okay, I'll take that as a no. Let's do disclosures. Then we're actually going to have Commissioner Carvallero do the design review subcommittee summary. He's actually the only person who is still on commission who heard this at DRS last, I believe. So we'll do disclosures and then the design review subcommittee summary, and then we'll move into the applicant's presentation. Do we have disclosures at this time? Commissioner Matos?
Thank you, Chair Jones. I conducted an independent solo site visit for the purposes of this meeting. I was by myself. I met with residents to discuss matters discussed in the staff report, and I met with the applicant to discuss matters contained in the staff report.
Great. I believe I saw your hand next, Commissioner Copeland.
Yes, I also visited the site on several occasions and spoke with residents about matters contained in the staff report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Carvallero, please go ahead.
Yep, had several conversations with the client's representative on this time, and in our October meeting that was that before it was moved forward, and the time before that.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead.
I have also visited the project site on several occasions, and I have discussed items contained within the staff report with community members on a few occasions as well.
Great, thank you. Any other disclosures? I do want to disclose that I have visited the site on a number of occasions in the past 4+ years since I was on commission to originally hear this item. I have met with the applicant prior to this meeting and discussed items contained in the staff report. That's all I have to disclose. With that, Commissioner Carvallero has kindly offered to run us through the design review subcommittee's most recent meeting and feedback on this project, just so everyone's in the loop. So Commissioner Carvallero, take it away.
Yeah, it's been a while, so I'm just going to read off what I have. So item 1, we discussed the fact that the original pool was in a location where it would rarely receive sunlight. We asked that the applicant consider moving it to a more usable location so it can become an asset for the project. 2, the green colored panel scheme on the previous Santa Monica elevation felt dated, and we asked that they consider a new color scheme and improved materials on the face of the building. We also asked that the applicant consider bringing the same level of design detail used on the residential units to the front of the building in order to make the building feel more cohesive. The live workspaces are at the bottom of a very narrow light well. We doubted that natural light would make it down to the live workspaces other than in the summer when the sunlight is directly overhead. We asked that they consider making this public area wider so more natural light can access the lower units. Landscaping on the front of the building felt random and not thought through. We asked for the planter's landscaping to be more effectively integrated into the project. We asked that the applicant not use planters as patio dividers for apartment open space. We asked that the applicant consider pushing back the ground floor so it aligns with buildings down the street to connect and create an active outdoor seating area along the entire block. We asked the applicant to consider further recessing the floors above level 2 on Santa Monica Boulevard in order to reduce the building mass on the street. We asked them to push back the mechanical equipment so it was not at all visible from the street. We asked that the applicant step the building back from the Ramada so guest rooms receive more natural light and a relief from the mass of the new building. We asked for integration of drop-off and pickup zones so trucks do not have to park on West Knoll or Santa Monica Boulevard. Santa Monica Boulevard entrance felt small, too small to handle all commercial parking, loading, unloading, restaurant drop-off, and residential parking. We asked to consider widening the Santa Monica entry to 3 lanes, 1 lane for drop off like Uber, 1 lane for exit, and 1 lane to enter. We ask that the applicant reconsider residential parking access via Santa Monica Boulevard so they do not have to go through commercial parking loading zones and a gate to get to their parking. That's all that I have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we are going to give the applicant an opportunity to present. Typically, the applicant would have 10 minutes, and as of this moment, they do, but the applicant has requested an additional 5 minutes should it be needed to fully explain and kind of give their whole presentation. I'm not inclined to grant this unilaterally, so I'm curious to know by consensus of the commission if we have alignment to give the applicant an additional 5 minutes. I see Commissioner Matos nodding.
Yes.
Everybody okay? Okay. All right, great. All right, thank you. Okay, so the applicant will have 15 minutes to give their presentation. And with that, I will hand it over to them.
Thank you, Chair Jones, members of the commission. My name is Jeff Seymour. I'm with Seymour Consulting Group. I reside in Westlake Village. First and foremost, on behalf of our project team, we wish to thank and commend city staff with special thanks to Ms. Yelton and Ms. Alkire for their assistance. Suffice to say, after 13 community meetings, 5 design review subcommittee meetings, and over 60 project revisions, we bring to you a project tonight that supports the city's goal to increase residential housing and is devoid of any variances conforming to the city's zoning code and the California Housing Accountability Act. At this time, I'm going to hand the presentation over to the project counsel, Nikki Carlson, for further comments. Audio.
So sorry. Anyway, good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Nikki Carlson with Alston and Bird representing the applicant. We are happy to be here presenting the project to you tonight after several continuances. We believe the project is ready for approval and it deserves your support. Like Jeff, let me thank staff. Staff has been exceptional. Their knowledge, understanding of the city's rules has been immensely helpful. Many, many thanks to staff for your work, dedication, and the untold hours that have been spent on this project over the years. And the city has kept us on our toes, right, to ensure that all applicable objective standards have been satisfied. This is important, objective standards. Because of the Housing Accountability Act, you heard and read about this in the staff report. And the Housing Accountability Act is the state law that compels the approval of residential projects that comply with the objective standards of the local agency. And here the project complies with those objective standards. Therefore, the Housing Accountability Act compels approval of this project. It's a strong statement, but it's accurate. The state has taken a very strong hand in compelling the approval of housing projects. That said, we're here tonight to make sure you have a complete picture of the project. We have our team of consultants, as noted, on hand to respond to any questions that you might have. And equally important, right, our plans have landed, right? We're presenting a project that's in compliance with the code and the city standards, and we don't believe that any further changes or additions to the plans or project conditions are appropriate. Again, we believe the project deserves the commission's support and approval, but either way, thumbs up or thumbs down, we would like a decision tonight. Let me touch on a few of the topics raised, and I've heard all the questions, so very helpful to hear your questions, and I'll try to weave in some answers if I can. The first topic, height, of course, this issue has been raised for years, literally, and every time the city has confirmed the applicability of the sloping site method, which of course, as mentioned already, is at the election of the applicant. The city has confirmed the calculations for the sloping site method, and the city has confirmed that we're within the envelope. The basis for the calculations start with a survey. Some commenters state the site is flat. It is not flat, according to the survey. The survey points are used exactly as directed in the city's code on the property lines at various points. And based on the questions that I heard before, I wanted to clarify one thing with respect to the project site versus the parcels. Actually, the sloping site method is used for the residential parcels by themselves and then for the commercial parcels separately. When this project was first started many, many years ago, we used the whole site and the city said, no, you can't do that. We want to see what it looks like just on the residential parcels and on the commercial parcels. So if you look at that height diagram, you will see that midpoint from Santa Monica to the middle, the parcel line between the residential and the commercial, and then West Knoll the same direction. Second topic, groundwater table. Commenters have asked questions regarding the site's groundwater levels, and this too has been studied for years. I mean, one of the silver linings in a project that has taken years to process is the ability to demonstrate that the site has stable groundwater levels. Groundwater testing has been performed over the course of 12 years with testing in 3 different periods. The most recent in 2022. The results show the groundwater levels are stable, very little variability. Furthermore, these numbers show that the lowest point of excavation for the project would be approximately 13 feet above the highest groundwater level measured. Nonetheless, the historic high groundwater levels, which are higher, are used for the construction design. So there's a mat foundation, which is a continuous mat as opposed to discontinuous loading points, providing added layers of protection. Although again, we don't think water will be encountered. In any case, there are plenty of larger buildings around the city, in the region, and all of these buildings have been built successfully with appropriate engineering techniques. And our consultant, Chris Zadorian of Langen, is here to answer any questions that you might have regarding that. One of the final topic I'd like to mention is the city's housing element. Again, it's already been mentioned, but about the projected density of this project and achieving the city's arena numbers. This project, of course, is identified in the 2013 and 2021 housing element, as well as the proposed 21-29 housing element. And it's an important contribution to the city's ability to achieve its arena numbers. But also what's interesting is the fact that the technical report supporting the 21-29 housing element identifies the average density for mixed-use developments as 120 units per acre, right? At 120, that's the average density, by the way, not maximum, average. This project site is 1.4 acres, right? And using the average density of 120 units per acre, the density would be 168 units. This project proposes 111 units, far below that average density. So this project, it depicts a modest amount of density, given what's going on in the city. Right? The comparison demonstrates that the project is lesser in size as compared to the city's other mixed-use projects. Right? To close, the project complies with the applicable objective standards, and we urge the commission to follow state law and approve the project. Thank you kindly, and I'll turn it over to James Fisher, the architect.
Thank you, Nikki. Good evening, commissioners. My name is James Fisher. I am a partner and principal with DFH Architects. We've been on this project since 2016. We were brought on after the original architect, Stephen Kenner, passed away. A couple of his architects that kept the project going, we were asked to assist them to get the project through this process and then eventually take it into plan check and construction. So I'm going to quickly go through the project. Lori did a great job of going through everything. I know there's lots of questions, so I'm going to give more of a general overview and we'll get into the specifics with your general questions. So first, the project site diagram that you've all seen. I'm going to take you counterclockwise through the site, starting at this corner here along Santa Monica Boulevard. Oops. And so first we have a rendering here. The Ramada is at the side here. So the ground floor is our commercial use. Here you're looking at the commercial and residential entry, which is also the entry to our loading. The second level is live work, and third floor is residential. And then you can see we start to have the step back at the fourth and fifth floors. And we also have step backs along the west property line at the Ramada. This front elevation here, so one of the design review comments was about the green panels. So after our 2019 hearing, we met with Gwen Pugh, who was the urban designer at the time, many times. And the decision was made to still treat the commercial portion of the project different than the residential. That's something that actually started with Stephanie Reich when she was the urban designer. Gwen encouraged us to keep that, but to kind of modify that and kind of make an attempt and try to get the building kind of in these kind of three separate masses here, anchored by these translucent blue panels, and using more of a simplified palette. Before we had a lot of different materials that were jogging back and forth, and giving a more of a kind of cohesive language here with this grid and these gray trespa panels, a lot more allowing a lot more landscaping to kind of penetrate and soften the building. This is a closer view of the entry courtyard in the center of the project. So this is one of the opportunities we have for outdoor space that wouldn't be across on the property line. You have space for outdoor seating from these units on each side that can be restaurants. There's also a kind of a small lobby for the commercial that accesses the parking, and this exterior stair that goes up and accesses, well, there's the elevator there, and it accesses the live work units and also the hair salon and office space that are on the second floor. This is a section just showing that kind of general area, and this has been, kind of reinforced, this 55 feet to this fourth floor, and then the stepping back, and this orange line dictates the house, the height envelope, and we're actually below it in the majority of the site. And then behind here, this dashed line is that projection of the West Knoll survey points dictating the sloping site method. So pedestrian orientation, so we're kind of making our way down the sidewalk towards West Knoll. Pedestrian use, pedestrian activation, pedestrian orientation, putting active use on the property line. We are setting back 3 feet to allow as much space as we can, while still meeting the programmatic requirements of the project. So here we're getting to the corner of West Knoll. We have this anchor point here. This is the kind of office space hair salon on this corner. We're going to start the transition up West Knoll. In this transition, we have this green wall that's kind of this nice anchor point here as you make your way up. This stair right here is basically the transition between the CC and our lots. And you can start to see the difference in the architecture as it kind of blends. We still keep the same, but there's very similar materials. We start to introduce wood and kind of lighter materials on the courtyard, but there's this emphasis on horizontality across the entire project that does continue around to the front, just to help kind of minimize the impact on the scale of the project. And up here, and I'll get to this in a later plan, is our roof deck, where we did move the pool up here from the courtyard per previous design comments. This here is the residential garage entry. This only accesses the mezzanine level of the garage, only residential. There's no access to any commercial or any loading from this. Oops, sorry. So this is the residential entry. This is the lobby here. This is the access stair I was talking about. And then we get to the 5-story building here, where we already talked about the setbacks through a commissioner question here. And then at the 5th floor, we step back. Getting towards the end of the building up on West Knoll. The materials, we departed from using the gray trespa material and the translucent blue panels, and we're using more of a wood-like product. It's a phenolic product that won't require maintenance, so we don't have to worry about it fading or looking unsightly after time. Another break in the building, a breezeway that we introduced that goes full height. And this is the end of the project, looking north. Sorry, at the north end of the site. This is our neighbor, just at our north end here. Just a few floor plans, just to reemphasize some points. So ground floor plan, again, the red arrows is indicating the vehicular entrance. All of the loading occurs in this zone right here. We have the trash pickup and everything over in this quadrant. We have numerous diagrams showing how this all kind of works with our traffic consultant, how we get in and out with loading. And then this is the commercial entry here that I described with the smaller lobby and the 2 elevators and all the retail frontage that we talked about with that pedestrian orientation, and then the commercial and the residential parking here. Sorry, that's all commercial parking on that level. Sorry. This is the mezzanine level. So again, this is the only entry that we have to this. This is all residential parking indicated by that kind of mustard green color. And then the level above, this is where you start to see this is the live work units, and we have the commercial space on the corner. That's what's the second floor fronting Santa Monica. But as you crawl your way up West Knoll, this becomes actually the ground floor entry to your residential lobby and your ground floor units that are walk-ups to a bunch of these units. And then our courtyard that we opened up, adding that extra parcel allowed that space to open up. We're set back here from the residential. I know there's a question about Commissioner about the step back. We do have the 25-foot step back for the 10 foot for 25 feet, and then for 35 feet, and then we step back. We have a diagram of that in our section that I can go through later. Just a landscape plan. I know this has kind of come up in terms of the trees that we're providing per city requirements, and the more cohesive kind of organized outdoor space, and some of the kind of open space that we have on this particular level. But this open space repeats itself throughout the project. This is the revised roof area. So we have 2 main roof deck areas. We have this area over here that has the fountains and some barbecues and some fire pits and a trellis. And then over here, this is where we're gonna have a pool and a spa on the corner of West Knoll and Santa Monica. Oops. And to conclude, this is just the inner courtyard as you come in and you're looking. This wouldn't be visible from the street. This is just kind of a view from if you're kind of looking from the neighbor's property there. That shows the kind of active use. We picture this being a very lively area, residential use only. Commercial spaces are far away from this. So, thank you.
Chair Jones, that concludes our formal presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to defer to City Attorney here. I guess I have a preference, but I'd like to defer to Lauren and Isaac as regards kind of best practice. Would it be best for Commission to ask questions of the applicant now, or to let the public comment and then let the applicant do their rebuttal and then ask questions?
Chair, I would say you can have the commission ask questions to applicant now, and to just be mindful to not, as you've stated at the start of the hearing, to just be mindful to not make judgment calls about the project at this time in advance of hearing from the public. But I think it's appropriate if the commission would like to ask applicants specific questions in response to their presentation.
Understood. Thank you. Okay, so with that, do we have any questions of the applicant by commission? No, all that? You're not going to ask questions? Okay, that's fine. Okay, Commissioner Copeland, please go ahead. Now everyone raises their hand. Go ahead.
Hi, if you don't mind, I have a few. The live work units, are they accessible from the residential building and vice versa? How does that work? You can clarify that for us.
No, they are not. I can bring up a plan here. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Let me get to that plan.
I just wanted to verify, confirm that.
Sorry, can't make sure. Okay, so the live work units are all shown in this purple shade here. So the primary access are these 2 elevators and these 2 stairs. Now, just because we have other uses on this floor for egress, we do have a door here and a door here that would be controlled access with key fobs, so nobody could come in through the residential entry and get in the other way.
Okay. Thank you. Also, I see that there was a change with regard to the residential parking spots that are in the commercial parking area that would prevent someone from taking those spots. You know, if the tenant were to leave so a guest couldn't come in, of one of the commercial properties couldn't come and take their spot. But has anything been done to address the concerns regarding the personal safety for those residents themselves as they're entering? And is this some kind of a barrier or gate? What exactly was changed with regard to those spots?
Yeah, so what we have proposed, and it's a very limited number of spaces, is this automated parking barrier that basically would come down with a transponder that links up only to this. So only that person who owns that transponder would be able to lower this and use that space.
Okay, but there would be no separate controlled access for those spots themselves?
Not at this time, though, and we've definitely talked about, I mean, there's lots of options that we can go through, but we also didn't want to start making a whole bunch of plan changes and making things confusing. So I think that's definitely something that we're open to adjusting as we make our way through the design process.
Okay.
Excuse me, I also just wanted to add that there is a condition in the project conditions with respect to parking security and having a security plan. So that would help with that issue as well.
But as of right now, there's no specific
physical constraints, no.
Okay. It looks like on the plans that one of the parking spots appears to be outside of the parking gate on the West Knoll side. Is that, could you explain that for us? Yes, right there, MD, the 88, that one.
Yes, yeah, right. This spot is intended to be leasing visitor parking. So someone that wants to take a tour of a unit can park here and walk up to the leasing office.
So that's not an actual parking spot. It's a temporary park here for a few minutes and go look at potential lessees.
Yeah, it is a required parking space that that we are providing. It is compliant in terms of with all the standards of this sizes and access and everything. But the intent of building operations is it's going to be used for a youth leasing visitor.
Okay, not for residents at all then.
Right, guest parking.
Okay, we don't yet know the exact location and size distribution of the affordable units at this point. Is that correct?
No, that's a much bigger discussion with the city and determining that. And that'll happen during the design and plan check process.
Okay. Are there any provisions for ride share and food delivery vehicles or deliveries at this time?
I'm not sure if the client has discussed that, but that's something we can certainly follow up on. It comes up on a lot of our projects, especially with ride share. So I'm sure that's something that we could discuss. Yeah.
But there's nothing in this plan at this time.
Nothing that I can recall now.
Okay. We're talking about go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to add in though, kind of informally, not pursuant to any condition, informally, kind of the loading areas and trash areas can frequently be used for those purposes because they're not going to be used all the time. And the trash, particularly because there is only, I don't know if you could point to that, is only once a week it's picked up. So those areas could potentially be used informally as well.
Around on the other side of the site. Okay. When we're talking about the construction noise mitigation, we're talking about barriers. How is the size of those barriers determined? Is this a standard size or does it go according to the size of the project? Like if it's 15 feet, the barrier is going to be 10 feet, or is this just a standard? Do we have any specificity as far as the barriers that would be used and the size of?
If I remember correctly, it is definitely project specific, especially on that side of the site. It's not flat. And there is a pretty significant slope as you make your way towards the back of the site. So if I remember correctly, it was a conversation with our environmental consultant and acoustical engineers and the general contractor and our structural engineer, because we have to make sure we can support that wall. And 15 feet seemed to be the ideal height that could kind of satisfy all three, but the book was definitely not closed on that's what it would be. That's just kind of where we had landed at that time.
Okay. Those are all my questions for right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Commissioner Copeland. Commissioner Matos, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jones. First, I just wanted to kind of follow up on something that Commissioner Copeland had mentioned regarding the size of the inclusionary units. I did want to just draw everyone's attention to the resolution, specifically PC 22-1482, number 17.1. it does outline the size of the inclusionary units in the project. And to my understanding, with that being in the resolution, that would tie the applicant's hands as far as the size of the inclusionary units. So I just want to flag that for everyone. The breakdown says that the 9 very low income units would be 1 studio, 3 1-bedroom units, and 5 2-bedroom units. And the 8 moderate income units shall be 3 1-bedroom units and 5 2-bedroom units. So I just want to flag that for everyone. I did have a follow-up question along the lines of what Commissioner Copeland had mentioned regarding loading zones for either Uber, Lyft drop-offs or deliveries or things to that nature. I noticed in the resolution, again, we're talking about the resolution 1482, I believe, let me pull this up. It was item 10.6. It limits the commercial tenants in the project to unload and load in the spots in the commercial zone between the hours of 10 p.m. and 10 a.m. It's my understanding that otherwise, outside of those times, the spaces would be unused. My question for the applicant is, would they be open to utilizing those loading zones outside of those hours for the purposes of, residential loading, unloading, move in, move outs, Amazon deliveries, Uber, Lyft drop-off point? Would they be open to considering looking at that as a potential solution to the loading issue?
Absolutely. And that's something that we think would actually be the primary use, just considering the amount that those would be used versus the commercial loading. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. That's good to know. Just so that we're, maximizing use of that space, but also addressing some of the residents' concerns around, utilization of the street and public right of way, instead diverting it to that zone, especially, with move in, move out and other things like that. Okay. My next question is, how does the applicant, I guess I wanted to hear, I think that you guys have some folks from your consultant team. What are the measures that the applicant intends to consider above and beyond maybe what's even outlined as a requirement for noise mitigation in this project? I'm wondering if they can kind of speak to that.
I guess I can see. I can speak to that. It's really going to it's really going to involve a general contractor, because they're the ones that they're going to have to execute this. So when we get into, I understand that there'll be a condition for this. So when we get into later in the design stages and we select a general contractor, that's when we're going to have to involve them and work with them and the city and the neighbors to make sure that everyone has a plan in place that they're happy with. So that's definitely something that's beyond my expertise, other than that, what we've already discussed with them. So I don't want to misspeak on anything that we could or couldn't do. I just know that the proper people would be there to make the right decisions.
Okay.
So, and I'll speak to it just a little bit, because I was involved in some of those conversations. Not that I am a noise mitigation expert by any stretch of the imagination, but some of the factors to consider is when you're constructing the building on the commercial, it's on the property line, right? So you have to make sure that you construct a wall that works with that. And so we talked with the city about how to do that, but James is exactly right. It's going to depend on how the construction goes. And then I think Lori had also mentioned the fact, with respect to the equipment, they now have the ability to put their sound blankets. They're actually kind of like little container sound walls that you can put around pieces of equipment or along sides of them to contain the noise around the equipment as well. So those are some of the other ideas. So you don't even have to, get to the property line, right? You do it right where the equipment is.
Okay. Thank you. My next just quick question is, again, just following up on Commissioner Copeland's point, the entrance for the residential garage on West Knoll, is that, I saw a rendering, it looked like it was a drop-down gate. Is that the intended fixture there?
Yes, it would be a drop-down gates, but with an open grid, so it wouldn't be completely solid.
Would people be able to enter the residential parking from pedestrian standpoint?
Not through that gate. No, they would have to use one of the doors in the project, and those would all be key fobbed, so it would be residential entry only. And the only way a guest could enter would be through the lobby, where there'd be a call box that either the security guard or the resident would have to buzz them in.
Okay. And then beyond those questions, I will hold the rest of my questions for later in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional questions for the applicant at this time? I'm looking at the right side of my screen to see if any of you have raised your hand. Okay, it looks like not. So in that, oh, Vice Chair Thomas, please go ahead, my bad.
No worries. Thank you, Chair. I have a question about the businesses that are currently located on that property. There are a number of community serving businesses that are there, and my question is whether or not there had been a conversation with those businesses to have right of first refusal to be in this space, in the new space, when it comes about. We have businesses, one of which has been there for almost 30 years. And I was just wondering if there had been a conversation with them about continuing in the space.
I don't know the answer to your question right off. I will find out and I will get back to you.
Okay. I also have a question about the pedestrian interaction with the vehicles at the driveway of Santa Monica Boulevard, and what the safety infrastructure would be there. Will there be a physical limiter to prevent the cars from coming out? Basically, what I'm trying to ask is, if a pedestrian is going by the driveway, what is in place? Will there be some sort of noise or a light or something to prevent a pedestrian from getting hit by any of the cars that are coming out of the driveway that'll be on Santa Monica Boulevard?
One of the most important things is sightlines and making sure that things are opened up just for the visual and not to only rely on that. So I think we've done a pretty good job of making sure that there is no impediments. And I know that the city has requirements for viewing angles. As far as if we're gonna have mirrors or any kind of audible noise, I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to check with our traffic consultant. It's something that at the time of when we get our certificate of occupancy, if we feel like that's necessary, that's easily installed after the fact. It's something that we can certainly add, but we can check into that more though.
Okay, and where will I'm sorry?
No, go ahead. I was just going to add something to the answer. Yeah.
Oh, please do.
So Farron Piers, the city's traffic consultant, also evaluated from a hazard perspective the entrances, as I understand it, and has determined that there should not be any hazards created by them. They can probably speak to that, but that was also done.
Okay, and what will the valet experience be like? Where is the drop off?
It is attendant, not valet. So it is not valet. So there's someone there to assist, but not a valet per se. James, maybe you can explain that.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, it's a parking attendant. So when you come in off of Santa Monica, sorry, that arrow was errant. There's an attendant station right here. As soon as you come in, indicated by that car in this hatched area here, and then On the level below, I don't have a level below here handy, but I do have it. I can dig it out. There's another attendant station down there because we have tandem parking down there. There's actually two attendance stations down there with bathrooms. Access down this ramp here. You'll find them there.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is, you're going to have 3,643 square feet of restaurant with 250 square feet. And I was wondering how you were going to achieve that with a glass facade, but in your presentation, you showed the common space is going to be in the center of the project on Santa Monica Boulevard. So it looks like someone would have to, because you've designated that the restaurant is going to be on the corner of Santa Monica and West Knoll. So a person would have to go past 4 businesses to get to the common space for the restaurant?
No, so let me clarify. So first is basically any of these spaces can be set up to have a restaurant. This is just one configuration that we're just choosing, and all of these walls here that aren't concrete are they're easily movable. That's why we call this dividable. So what we're actually showing here is, the intent is that this plaza here could be used for outdoor dining, but it would only be for these adjacent tenants. It doesn't make practical sense for them to walk all the way over here. If these two areas, which would be the preference of the building owner, became restaurants because they are in the prime locations, we have identified 250 square foot areas here that would be used for that. And my understanding, this would require an encroachment permit from the city to allow that.
Okay, thank you. I had asked that of staff earlier. So do you have that encroachment from the city at this time?
That's not something that you get until your building permit. I believe that comes with your building permit.
So what I'm trying to get at is, it states that there's already 250 square feet for the 3,600 square feet of the restaurant, but you don't actually have that. You could have it if this middle area just happens to be between 2 restaurants. Otherwise, you don't have the 250 square feet for the restaurants, correct?
Maybe staff can speak to these 2 areas here, and if that's something in the planning approval that's actually deemed them, but because I'm just going by off of kind of other encroachment processes I'm familiar with.
Yes, I can answer that. Sorry, Commissioner Thomas, I was of the understanding that you were talking about live workspace. So for all, when this project was deemed complete in 2016, we allowed up to 250 square feet of outdoor dining through approval of an administrative permit per restaurant. And the idea around that is that, we're putting people on the street. It's, activating the sidewalk and increasing pedestrians along Santa Monica Boulevard. So we actually encourage this 250 square feet of outdoor dining along the sidewalk. So for each restaurant, they have requested 250 square feet. So the way that works is that planning would approve it, and then it also goes to Public Works, and they look at the area that they in question as it relates to street trees, parking meters, to ensure that there is sufficient area for handicap accessibility through the between the outdoor dining and the tree or any anything in the on the sidewalk. So that they are proposing the 250 square feet for the restaurants. I think that can be, reconfigured as James discussed. But that 250 square feet is on the in the public right of way and will be reviewed by Public Works for an encroachment permit to determine the specific location. So if Public Works came back and they said that only 200 square feet would be allowed based on the location and the configuration, then they would only be allowed to 200 square feet. It just depends on the location and what's in front of that area.
In which case that wouldn't be a completely glass facade then, because it wouldn't be able to be, because it needs access to the open space, correct?
That's a good question. I mean, if it was in front of the area, in front of the glass facade, they could go around to the side where, like if we're looking at the corner of West Knoll in Santa Monica, to enter the restaurant. Again, these are preliminary plans, so the door and you know the pathway, ingress and egress is not depicted on the plans at this point. But we would make sure that it complied with building code, you know, planning and public works.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for now, Chair.
I do have an answer with respect to your first question, Commissioner, and that is the current tenants are certainly welcome back, but there hasn't been any commitments made to them at this point.
Okay, but each of the businesses have been contacted, you're saying?
I don't know if they have been contacted. It may be premature given that we don't have a project approval at this point.
Okay.
But they are certainly welcome back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions for the applicant at this time? Okay. With that, we've asked our questions, so now we'll move into public comment. David, how many public speakers do we have?
Chair, I've only got right now who have actually requested to speak. It looks like I've got 4 confirmed. We do have several people on the platform, and so I have a feeling we may get more than that.
Okay. Okay. Well, if you recognize our first public speaker, we can go ahead and get started.
Okay, would you like to do 3 minutes?
I think I would prefer to, because we did give the applicant more time. I would say if we go over 20 commenters this evening, we may have to cut it down a bit. But I do want everyone to have their due, and I think I can speak for the rest of the commission when I say that, you know, we pretty roundly agree there. I just want to make sure it's as fair as possible for everyone. So
okay.
Yes, 3 minutes is good.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Before we start, if there is anybody on the platform that would like to speak on this item, if you're calling in, *9 for me at this time. That'll let me know you would like to speak. If you are on the platform, use the raised hand feature, and that will let me know that you want to speak on this item also. Before I call the first public speaker, it'll be Cynthia Blath. Hang on just a second, Cynthia. I do want to acknowledge staff received 2 comments after the public correspondence cutoff deadline. And those I would normally read into the record. However, they are too lengthy to fit into the 3 minutes. They are online. They will be online on the archived digital agenda packet, and they will also be put into the permanent project case folder. That came from Adam Kaufman and Michael O'Reilly, and they have been online since this afternoon. Our first public speaker will be Cynthia Blatt. She will be followed by Amalia Fuentes. Cynthia, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you will have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good evening. As you know, my name is Cynthia Blatt. I've lived in West Hollywood since 1993, and I've watched the changes to the city, both from the point of view of its architectural changes and changes to the character of the city. Also, I've worked for the federal government for 30 years, most of it in housing, and I do understand what the incentives and priorities are associated with housing in California. And I can say that, in my opinion, that not only does this gigantic project not meet those priorities, but rather it violates both the letter and the spirit of the codes that govern the city. I want to say on a personal note, how many more neighborhoods do we need to see destroyed for those of us who have lived here any amount of time? How many more small businesses can we tolerate being driven out of West Hollywood? When is the last time, if ever, that the city ever considered adaptive reuse to meet these goals and preserve the character of the city at the same time? So how long can we stand by and lose completely the unique character that has defined West Hollywood since its inception? It's time to listen to the voices of the people of West Hollywood and pay attention to what we are losing before it's all gone. I'd like to speak specifically on one point, and I recognize that I'm not the first person to bring this up. In fact, it comes up fairly often and usually is fairly casually dismissed. That being said, it remains, and it remains for a reason. The city of West Hollywood has objective standards that are not waivable and that govern the height of projects in this area. This project appears to be a conglomerated mess consisting of a questionable amalgamation of zoning districts that grossly violate height restrictions required by the city's own objective standards. And as such, if the city plans to uphold its own codes and standards, then these violations require the city to disallow this project in its current configuration. And finally, I want to say there were a number of questions from commissioners that Lori was unable to answer, that the lawyers were unable to answer. There were a lot of, we'll have to look into it and get back to you. So given that reality, it would seem to me at the very least that if I've understood the purpose of the meeting tonight, that then hopefully I haven't, because I don't think there should be a vote taken to approve or not approve this project until these questions are fully researched and answered to everybody's satisfaction, but particularly the commission's satisfaction. So given these things, thank you for giving me some time to speak this evening. Looks like I made it right under the wire.
Perfect. Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Melia, followed by Karen O'Keefe. Melia, go ahead and unmute yourself, *6. There you go, and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Amalia Boli Fuentes. I'm an attorney with the law firm Lozo Drury, speaking on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. SAFER is requesting that the Planning Commission direct staff to revise the EIR because there are indoor and outdoor air quality impacts that remain unmitigated. These issues are described in detail in SAFER's comment letters submitted in September and November of last year. In response to the city's response to comments, I'd like to make a few points. SAFER's previous comments noted that the EIR did not discuss indoor air quality impacts, and SAFER's indoor air quality expert concluded that formaldehyde off-gassing would expose future residents and commercial employees of the project to cancer risks exceeding the air district's significance threshold. The city responded by stating that CARB compliance will remedy potential indoor air quality issues. However, SAFER's indoor air quality expert's comment clearly states that the formaldehyde exposure levels he estimated assumed compliance with CARB measures. Indoor formaldehyde impacts therefore remain significant and unmitigated. SAFER's written comments also raised issues with the EIR's assessment of air quality emissions. The city's response claimed that SAFER's experts' modeling used defaults rather than project-specific information, but SAFER's comment clearly states that its experts' modeling used input values that were consistent with information provided in the EIR. Air quality impacts therefore also remain significant and unmitigated. Due to these remaining unmitigated impacts, the project design features in the EIR should be incorporated as formal mitigation measures as recommended by SAFER's air quality experts. So for these reasons, SAFER respectfully requests that the Planning Commission direct staff to address these concerns in a revised EIR prior to further consideration of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. Our next caller, our speaker will be Karen O'Keefe, and Karen will be followed by the caller calling in from the last 5 digits of 6579. Go ahead, Karen, unmute yourself, *6, and you will have 3 minutes. Karen, you just need to *6. Okay, we'll go on to the caller from last 5 digits, 6579. Go ahead and unmute, *6, and you will have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me now? Sorry,
Yes.
This is Karen. I had tried
Karen?
to unmute, but
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
I
hang
tried
on.
3 times.
Okay, go ahead, Karen. The caller 6579, you'll be next. Go ahead, Karen. 3
Okay,
minutes.
apologies for that. All right, good evening. I'm Karen O'Keefe of West Hollywood. I am calling to urge you to approve the project without further delay. My husband and I have lived in West Hollywood for over 10 years, happily car-free. We can easily walk, bike, and take the bus to numerous places we love. This is a great location to build up and to create more housing. I'm particularly excited about transforming a surface parking lot, which is the ugliest and saddest use of urban space, into housing. It's a really walkable and bikeable street within a couple of blocks of 2 grocery stores with bike lanes and bus routes that go both to the ocean and downtown, and it will create 110 homes, which we desperately need in our region, including 17 affordable units. If we don't build up, we must build out, which causes sprawl and soul-crushing commutes. Failing to build up also contributes to exorbitant housing prices. I'm also happy that bigger buildings, unlike my very old apartment, are actually ADA compliant and earthquake safe. NIMBYism and excessive local control have slowed and blocked housing in our region, which has contributed to a humanitarian disaster of homelessness and sky-high rents for the younger generations, as well as the climate crisis. The state has had to step in to force localities to zone for more housing and to streamline approvals. I'm disheartened that there has already been a 4-month delay since the originally scheduled hearing. Forcing home builders to sit on property drives up costs for new housing. I'm also sad that some of their West Hollywood residents spend their time opposing building housing for others. The longer we've lived here, the cheaper our rents are thanks to rent control, and our homes for older residents are often paid off and pay a fraction of the property taxes of younger residents due to Prop 13. Driving up costs and driving down affordability for the next generation is wrong. Every one of the homes that we live in likely annoyed the neighbors when it was built. They made noise, they created demand for parking, but policy decisions on housing cannot be based on the narrow self-interest of those who moved here first. These days, the only new residents who can afford to purchase single-family homes are multimillionaires because of scarcity. That changes the character of a neighborhood. We need housing for non-millionaires, and we need more supply generally. Please approve this project, streamline future approvals, and stop forcing the building of unnecessary parking. Every cost you add to home builders makes housing less affordable, forcing overcrowding and sprawl. We need to prioritize housing human beings, not the most destructive mode of transportation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karen. Our next caller will be calling from the 6579 number. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes. And you'll be followed by the caller calling in from 4704, your last digits. Go ahead, 6579.
All right, good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Mark R. Edwards, and I want to say hello to my fellow WeHoans and welcome guests. I do live in West Hollywood, and I work for an organization focused on workforce development. I'm a volunteer leader with Abundant Housing Los Angeles because I'm deeply committed to housing and abundance of housing for all. And lastly, I worked for LASA back in 2006. And the reason I raise this point is because I worked on the plan to develop to end homelessness. And the critical element of it was the need to build more housing. And then furthermore, there's been studies after studies after studies that says an abundance of housing that needs to be built will address and help end homelessness. So that's why I rise in strong support of this project at 8555 Santa Monica Boulevard. We've been in a housing crisis for over 20 years, but we are only beginning to address with efforts to create an abundance of housing of all types. Because studies have clearly demonstrated building housing of all types does more to address housing, and that is what we said in 2006. I reiterate that point because it's critical. West Hollywood is the creative city and has been a leader in striving to do its part in addressing the housing crisis. This project does that. Furthermore, the project is, like I said before, is part of the solution to the crisis. It proposes to add 111 apartments, I wish it was more, including 17 units of affordable housing, along with a mix of uses. These new residents will be within steps of both goods and services and quality bus lines of both Santa Monica and La Cienega boulevards that provide convenient connections. I don't have a car, so I know this to be a fact, and I enjoy the accessibility of West Hollywood. And lastly, West Hollywood is a pedestrian's dream with an average walkability score of 91 out of 100. And like I said, I walk everywhere in West Hollywood, and it's such a joy. And I love the city for that particular reason. And like I said before, I live on the east side by Palmer Park, where it's walkable, and I can walk to the west side with ease. This project, and I trust staff. Staff are professionals. This is their job this is what they're committed to do on behalf of us. They've reviewed this, they've reviewed it on the CEQA, they've done everything that's possible and feasible to make sure this project is safe and meets everything that we've agreed to since our founding. And so with all that being said, I strongly urge support of this project. And thank you very much for all the work that you all do on behalf of the residents of West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker will be, you're calling in from 4704. Go ahead and unmute *6 for me. You will have 3 minutes. Hi, go ahead, 4704. Hi, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Linda Russ, and I also am a resident of West Hollywood. I've lived here for 40 years, and I'd like to read my letter that I did send to Mr. Gillig, but it was so long ago. I'd like to read it and have it put into the record, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Dear Planning Commissioners, I live at 8535 West Knoll Drive, and I can tell you the traffic on this narrow street now is dangerous and obtrusive, especially when all the Amazon deliveries, UPS trucks, the Lyft and Uber cars, restaurant deliveries, trash and recycle trucks are parked, blocking or double parked, blocking traffic going east and west. Not to mention, 2 cars cannot pass each other going in opposite directions on this street. Also, I have seen cars lined up from Santa Monica Boulevard waiting to get into Healthy Spot's tiny parking lot to be able to pick up their dogs, and this is every single day. Also, the 30-day move-in and move-out that will take place on the 1st and 30th of each month will be overwhelming to all of us, causing complete gridlock. Furthermore, the proposed ingress and egress of this project is directly across our parking garage. At the very least, this street should definitely be widened on the south side of West Knoll Drive in order for vehicles to pass each other. In closing, I would like to add that I have been opposed to the size of this project from the very start. The City of West Hollywood approving this project despite noise concerns, traffic concerns, air quality concerns, and double parking issues poses a public safety risk to all the residents on this street. This developer and the city has not listened to any of our concerns since the start of the project in 2012. Please listen to our concerns. This is our community and our home. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker will be Mark Lehman. Mark Lehman will be followed by Lynn Hoopengarner. Hi, Mark, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Mark Lehman, longtime resident and attorney here in West Hollywood. I happen to live on Westbourne Drive with an earshot of this project. I'm also here representing the Ramada West Hollywood, which, as you know, is the owns both the hotel and the residential project behind it on West Knoll. I want to refer, of course, first to the letters that I previously submitted to the commission on both September 14th and then again on November 28th. Both those letters much more thoroughly outline our position and argument with respect to this project. Look, I am a land use attorney. I represent developers. I'm all for development in the city. I'm all for development on the site. I do have an issue, however, with how this project is evolving. And that starts primarily by way of the decision that the city has made to deem this project complete in 2016. I do not see how legally that's possible. What's clear to us factually is that this project was resubmitted sometime in 2019. Now, I have asked this question in my letters and numerous times of staff and never gotten any factual answers. The first question is, on what date after the last Planning Commission hearing, was this project resubmitted? Obviously, there were new plans submitted that contained an additional parcel and obviously then contained substantially more housing. So question number one, when was that new project, revised project, it's not the same project, it's a revised project, submitted to the city? Question number two, on what date did the city staff respond to those resubmitted plans? Look, I'm a developer attorney. I do go through this process all the time with restaurants, with developments. When you resubmit or amend or change a project, staff comes back within 30 days with comments. So the question is, when did staff come back with responses to the resubmitted project? And then finally, on what date did the city staff determine that all of its issues and concerns with the resubmitted plans have been resolved sufficiently so that the project could proceed? That's normally when the project is deemed complete. In my book, I've read Government Code Section 65943. I think it applies here. That Government Code section says, upon receipt of any resubmittal of an application. This is not a new project. So that's my question. I think that section applies and that therefore the law that was applicable in 2019 for when the project was deemed complete should apply, not 2016. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker will be Lynn Huppengarner. Lynn will be followed by the caller calling in with the last three numbers, 3198. Hi, Lynn, go ahead. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, David. Yes, my name is Lynn Huppengarner. I live in West Hollywood, actually across the street from Mark Lehman. I am a certified management consultant, and I would very much love to see this project developed in a way that complied with all of our city codes and met the intent of the key elements of the mixed use, spanning lot lines, et cetera, that it is compatible with the neighborhood. To that point, after numerous hearings and staff's assertion that yes, there are other projects that have been developed using the sloping site method on Santa Monica Boulevard, we still have no examples. Nothing. In fact, the artistry lot was denied use of the sloping site method, and its configuration, per Commissioner Caballero's question, is exactly the same as the two easternmost lots on these parcels, with the ground level at Santa Monica Boulevard and the raised parking lot in back. That's exactly the configuration of the artistry project. And when they went for approval, they asked to use the sloping site method and they were denied. So why is this project different? That has not been explained. Staff has not shown us any example of an approved sloping site method anywhere on the boulevard. And I have not got exact testimony, but I have anecdotal evidence that the Palm project was also denied sloping site method. That's two examples exactly the same. To be clear, as Ms. Carlson points out, these calculations are not all for the whole thing. They are two separate projects. As far as the calculations are concerned, this residential is separate. So those high points on the residential property do not pertain to the calculations on the commercial properties relating to the sloping site method, which are flat. As Commissioner Caballero pointed out, 19.20.80 is a little problematic, but it states very clearly, the maximum allowable height shall be measured as the vertical distance from the grade existing at the time of project submittal. Any reference to natural grade is not appropriate here because natural grade doesn't exist. It hasn't existed for 100 years. There is no slope here. There is no angle. There are flat planes. At best, you would have an elevated flat plane in the back parking lot that would go up an additional however many feet, but not the entire project and not the angled slope that is applied in the sloping method. There is no 5% grade. These are flat pieces of property. To the affordable units. My question to Allison, is there any permission in the state law that allows for affordable units that are calculated based upon a certain number of units in a project not being developed in that project? In other words, the 5 affordable units that are granted is related to the bonus on the residential project. Why wouldn't those be required to be in that project? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker is calling in from your last 3 digits of 3198. Go ahead and unmute yourself and you will have 3 minutes. Our next caller after that will be Corey. Go ahead, 3198.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Michael Heenan. I go by Mickey. I'm the owner of Starbucks Clubhouse, actually, within the units that's being torn down. I'm not here to argue for or against. The owners of the property have been very fair to let us know that this was a project that was underway. I just wanted to clarify some of the points that were made early on in the presentations. The buildings there were stated to be in states of disrepair, and you know, the tenants have, I think, done a good job of making the spaces useful for the purposes that are currently being taken on. My business put a couple $100,000 into fixing up our unit so we could use it for the time that we can. We love West Hollywood. We hope to continue to be in West Hollywood. I thank the Commissioner, I believe, for asking the question about right of first refusal. Just to clarify, most of these are single location businesses that would not be able to close shop and then open shop again after construction. Again, I'm not arguing for or against. The owners have been very fair. I wanted to clarify that. My actual request would be to the commission itself to try to help those businesses, make it easier to move within West Hollywood, because we love West Hollywood. We love to continue to do that. And my business will actually be on the agenda February 2nd to talk about what we're trying to do. But thank you for the thorough explanation from both sides. I think it's been a enlightening presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next caller will be Corey Cockrum. Corey will be followed by Adam Kaufman, who will be our last caller. Corey, go ahead and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you for that. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Corey Cockrum. I'm a member of the Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. I live in the local area, live, work, and recreate in the vicinity of the project. I believe that I will be impacted by the environmental impacts of the project. The city should require the project to be built with contractors that will hire locally, pay prevailing wages, and utilize apprenticeships from state certified apprenticeship training programs. Workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy and workforce development. In recent 2020 report titled Putting California on the High Road, a Jobs and Climate Action Plan for 2030, California Workforce Development Board concluded that investments in growing, diversifying, and upskilling California's workforce can positively affect returns on climate mitigation efforts. The South Coast Air Quality Management District recently found that local hire requirements can result in air pollution reductions. Recently, the state of California reiterated its commitment towards encouraging workforce development and housing affordability through the Affordable Housing and High Roads Jobs Act of 2020, otherwise known as Assembly Bill number 2011, which requires projects pay workers a prevailing wage and hires from state certified apprenticeship programs for projects meeting certain settings, affordability, and development standards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Corey. Our next caller will be Adam Kaufman. Adam will be followed by Lynn Russell. Adam, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Planning Commissioners. I am Adam Kaufman, resident of West Hollywood since the 90s, native Angelino, resident and homeowner at 8535 West Knoll Drive, West Hollywood, and president of the West Hollywood West Neighborhood Association, WHNNA. My comments are my own personally and do not reflect any position or opinion from West Hollywood or WHNNA, nor have I received any compensation for speaking to you tonight. Tonight, please pay careful attention to the following 3 unresolved issues before rendering your decision whether to approve this project. 1, what is the plan for undergrounding the utilities that currently run overhead between the commercial and residential parcels? How would that major sub-project impact other West Hollywood neighbors and residents? I saw nothing about that in the EIR. Can the city hire impartial professional to weigh in on what is the allowable method for determining building height? There are too many different opinions, and I haven't heard any rigorous analysis other than what the developer requests. Other than the developer requested it, therefore we planning staff say yes. If the city, and number 3, if the city has standards about maintaining trees, then we need an accounting to ensure we are not losing trees to concrete in this proposal. Academic research is just catching up to the destruction wrought on lower income communities by wealthier developers. In other words, Beverly Hills developers coming into our city of West Hollywood, these people are sealing up living permeable space with concrete slabs. As a progressive community, we should heed this research and take proactive measures. Thank you for taking the time to consider these critical and objective issues.
Thank you, Adam. And our last caller is Lynn Russell. Lynn, go ahead and unmute *6, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, Chair Jones and fellow commissioners. Lynn Russell from West Hollywood. Having been present at the initial design review and having witnessed subsequent meetings of this unnecessarily onerous and dated project from the beginning, I questioned why the developer had not considered enhancing or being inspired by the current structure, which was compatible with the original neighborhood it served, particularly referencing design standards relating to compatibility scale and character of development, which should never have been diminished in a smart project. Yes, it might have taken an architect familiar with the mix of English Tudoresque and Spanish colonial revival residences on West Knoll to bring out the spirit of these values and cleverly update or be inspired by them. Additionally, the lack of consideration to sense of place, including all of these inaccurate calculations about tree canopy and so on and so forth, is really working against our current supposed consciousness towards maintaining green. The evaluation submitted by Lynn Hoopengardner is insightful and fair-minded, so there's no need to repeat any of her statements. When architects focus on and overly rely on the Housing Accountability Act conditions and twist other parts of the code, it rarely, if ever, produces a project that complements neighborhoods, which each and every one of us value. It is not a directive to abandon aesthetic values which don't necessarily cost more. Projects drawn out for more than 10 years, such as this, cost more and hinder inspiration. It is also not a guide for producing remarkable architecture, as it relies on formulaic guidelines and has nothing to do with the human habitation surrounding or living in it. West Hollywood could use thoughtful projects rather than mind-crunching planning department puzzles with little other than a possible economic value to the developer. Getting a project on the right path or in the right lane is similar to preparing a thoroughbred horse with the right breeding, an able trainer for the right race, and having him travel in the right lane. That's what creates champions. We as a city must not overlook what made West Hollywood special with its carefully planned and varied neighborhoods. There is an inherent responsibility to guide its evolution and improvement without erasing the city's roots and neighborhoods. That certainly involves developers selecting thoughtful architects who respect that concept as well. This project is unfortunately not on the right path, nor destined to be remarkable in any way, although it seems value engineered and lacking in inspiration and modernity. Being devoid of inspiration and design is not required by product of compliance with objective standards. I say this because my profession is devoted to light, space, and architectural values and everything that they represent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. And Lynn was our last caller. I do want to make sure that we did not miss anybody. So if anybody has not had an opportunity to speak, or if I missed you, please *9 for me if you're calling in. If you're on the platform, please use the raised hand feature because we would like to hear your comments. And I do have one, Amy. Hi, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Amy. I don't have anything planned. Nothing at least as in-depth as Lynn or Cynthia Blatt or any of the lawyers that spoke, but I have been a resident I've lived on West Knoll since 1999. I'm now the president of the HOA. I actually was in rent control and saved enough money and bought a house on West Knoll. Yay me. And I have sat on meetings about this property, the property on the corner where the bike shop is, other development projects. And what occurs to me, and I hope this isn't too critical, but we sit here, we talk about things as if we want to fix them. Then we punt it a month, come back, nothing's been addressed. And, we punt it again. And I feel like rather than continuing to punt this ball, why aren't we fixing the problems that people are bringing up? One of the gentlemen said, the staff is here to really, their goals are really, for West Hollywood and it's important to them. And every time I hear questions asked, I don't find the answers. I don't hear people addressing things. It feels like we are a group of people who really, really care about this area, this project, this particular parcel, these 6 parcels, and nobody really knows what to do with them. And we're just talking in circles. So on the record, I want to say I'm against the project as it stands. I think there's been tons of problems with it. I'm not skilled enough in the various areas to cite them. I really appreciate Commissioner Lombardi's questions, as well as Commissioner Copeland's. I think they were thoughtful, and I felt that way on several of the previous planning commissions. But yeah, this feels as thought out as maybe it seems. It just isn't thought out. So I really felt it was necessary to give my perspective. Thank you for your time. And that would be all for me.
Great. Thank you, Amy. And Chair, that is, Amy was our last speaker for this item.
Great, thank you. I want to take a quick beat here. I just want to acknowledge that we have, people in the public and people on staff and commission. Would you prefer to take a break now or wait until after the applicant's rebuttal?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
David.
I haven't spoken. I'm trying to get online to speak.
Okay, we'll give you your 3 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Okay, go ahead. You may start.
Should I proceed?
You can proceed. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Alan William. I submitted some papers with regard to this project. It is clear that this project could be the worst project I have ever seen, and I have seen a lot of bad ones. There's no question but that the new laws issued by the state restrict and tie the hands of the Planning Commission with regard to certain units, but they don't tie your hands with regard to health and safety matters, nor with regard to legal matters such as merger, nor with regard to height. And all 3 of those are involved in this particular situation, etc. Furthermore, as I pointed out, this area is the worst liquefaction area in the city of Los Angeles. It is at the low, other than a house on the beach. If you take a look at the map submitted, that I submitted, which was also submitted by their water expert, you will see that this property is what's in a 10 zone, which means that water is 10 feet directly underneath this property. They determined that that the water was 14. The lawyer earlier indicated 13. I don't care if it's 10. I don't care if it's 12. I don't care if it's 13. You can't build on this particular property. The line of demarcation is on the other side of West Knoll. And that's very important because we're not just dealing with liquefaction here. We're dealing with the Hollywood earthquake fault line, which covers part of this particular property on West Knoll. If you take a look at the liquefaction map that I submitted, you're dealing with a 10 to a 13 liquefaction factor, and the fact that the earthquake zone is adjacent to or includes the tip of this particular property. The combination of those two are thermonuclear danger in this particular regard. It's an inherently dangerous condition. There's no chance you can approve this particular project. What should be approved on this project is what exists: single-story property that will not create 3 stories of underground, 350 parking spots, etc., that could cause an earthquake just by being built in that particular area. Finally, I pointed out that there are mitigation factors in terms of engineering repairs, none of which can work right here. They've admitted none of which can work. There is only one engineering design that can work, and that is called the foundation pile factor. But if you read their expert report, Langen, he rejects it and doesn't want to do it because it actually costs too much money. But that is the only design that possibly can protect this particular project if it proceeds, but it should never proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And before I send it back to you, Chair, I just want to make sure we've gotten everyone covered. If anyone would like to speak, *9 for me if you're calling in, or use the raise hand feature if you're on the Zoom platform with us. And we will give you the 3 minutes. And Chair, it looks like we are now all clear.
Okay, thank you. I'm inclined to let the applicant complete their rebuttal, and then we can take a break. Is everybody okay with that? Just kind of a nice clean break in terms of the proceedings, and I want to make sure people have an opportunity to get water or move around. Okay. So with that, we will hand the floor back to the applicant. You will have 5 minutes to rebut.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all the public commenters. Appreciate the comments. I did want to start with reminding the commission that, as noted in the earlier staff report that was prepared, that there were over 100 support letters for this project that were submitted at that time, in addition to obviously what you have heard tonight. With respect to the various environmental issues that have been raised, that is the traffic, air quality, noise, and obviously the last commenter with respect to geotechnical issues, those have all been fully evaluated, and particularly the geotechnical issues, in which there have been several reports submitted by Langen. They are here tonight if you have specific questions for them, including the liquefaction issue and the water table issues. All of those issues have been addressed. Reminder that the EIR found that all of the environmental effects, all of them, except for the construction noise issue, were less than significant. That includes air quality, that includes traffic, it includes geotechnical. Right? With respect to Mr. Lehman's comments with respect to the application, I believe the city attorney is fully aware of the City of Lafayette case that recently came down confirming a deemed complete application and the appropriateness of using the rules that were then in place. And I'll leave it to that. But in addition, Appendix J to the staff report goes through and responds to Mr. Lehman's issues, I believe on page 1, the project deemed complete date, noting that the government code section that he had cited was not applicable in this particular case. It's when an application was deemed complete. There was no further application materials that were required, and that the city proceeded appropriately given the changes to the project. With respect to height, again, I will just remind everyone again, the actual elevations used to calculate the height in compliance with the city's code are those that were done at the time of project application. This is from the survey. These are not made up numbers. These are numbers that are taken from the survey, which show that the site is not flat. Right? With respect to the compatibility with the city, I again look to the city's own proposed housing element, recognizing 120 units per acre for mixed-use developments on average. This is far less than that, right? This is far less than that. And I'll also say, and by the way, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. I'm hitting the high points here. But again, Housing Accountability Act, I think it compels approval of the project. The project has met the city's objective standards. And after how many years of analysis, of consideration, of meetings, of hearings, we're finally to that point. So please, we urge you to approve the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So at this time, I am going to close the public comment portion of the hearing. We're going to take a quick break and then we'll move into deliberation. I do want to note that should you have additional questions, should we have additional questions for the applicant, we can ask them, but I will need to reopen the public comment portion of the public hearing. So let's take what do people need? 10-minute break, 7-minute break, 5-minute break, Commissioner Thomas? I'm just seeing hands.
Looks like I'm outvoted. Looks like everyone else is asking for 10.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. It's 9:38. We'll meet back here at 9:48. See you then. Thanks very much. It's 9:49. Want to go ahead and get started? Okay. I think we have everybody. Yeah. So the public comment portion of the hearing has been closed and the commission is now going to move into deliberation. But before we do that, I think what would be helpful, Lauren or Isaac, if you're able, is to provide maybe some guardrails or parameters that may help shape our thinking about our decision-making process this evening.
Sure, Chair, I can speak to that briefly. I think broadly, the commission knows staff is recommending approval of this housing development project. That includes the certification of the EIR and everything contained within that environmental document. It includes the project entitlements contained within the attached resolutions, subject to those project-specific conditions of approval. Obviously, the commission heard lots of questions and participated in lots of questions and testimony and back and forth with the city team and the applicant's team. And I want to note, obviously, this is a complex project and it's hard to take everything into account. I did want to flag city staff did prepare Exhibit J within the materials that includes answers to some of those technical questions, but the city and its experts are, of course, available as the commission moves into deliberation, finding or trying to set some guardrails for the project. The commission obviously heard that staff has deemed the project consistent with the objective standards that were in effect at the time the project was deemed complete back in 2016. And the HAA, I think there are two standards worth considering. One we go over quite frequently. And the commission's probably sick of our office speaking to this, but for a project that's consistent with the objective standards, the threshold to deny the project or approve with reduced density would be that there has to be a specific adverse impact based on codified standards that results in a specific adverse impact to the public health and safety that cannot be mitigated through conditions of approval. I think the other standard in the HAA worth mentioning, the determination of the consistency between a project, a housing development project, and the city's objective development standards in place at the time the project was deemed complete. That's a reasonable person standard under the HAA. So subdivision F4 of the Housing Accountability Act says, if a reasonable person based on substantial evidence, so based on the record in the city's code, could conclude that the project was consistent with the city's standards, then the HAA deems that project consistent and in conformity with city's applicable objective standards. And there is some case law that says that reasonable person standard is quote unquote intentionally deferential. So I think that's worth flagging. And I would say, I guess the last thing is there was mention before the break of a recent court decision out of the city of Lafayette. So there was a 2022 Court of Appeals case that did say in that instance, even with I think a 9 or 10 year window between a project's approval date from the local agency and when the project was ultimately considered by the city's discretionary body, that the city properly applied the objective standards that were in place at the time the project was deemed complete. So there is some precedent and court findings to that effect. And so that was a lengthy answer, but hopefully that assists with guardrails, and I'm available obviously, and the city team and its experts and everyone's available to answer questions.
That is helpful, thank you. So, we've gotten a lot of information tonight. We've heard a lot of different perspectives from people in the community. We've heard the applicant's presentation and rebuttal, and we've heard staff's presentation. So anyone who would like to speak from commission is welcome to go, but I think I would recommend that rather going through things point by point, that we keep this conversational for now, to see if there are sticking points or things that we would like to flesh out further amongst ourselves or with the help of the city attorney. So Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead.
Chair Jones, I guess I might be a little confused. Did I understand that if we ask questions of the applicant, we're going to have to reopen the public comment again?
So we reopened the public hearing, right? Because we've closed it for deliberation because now people are not giving comment. The applicant has concluded their presentation. So we can reopen it. It's just, it's a point of order. So we can reopen it and close it at any time. I would just need to know so that we can make sure that that's done for the purpose of the record.
Okay. I'm just looking, I mean, I did have a few questions for the applicant, but I felt like they had an opportunity to answer, and I don't know if it's going to really change any outcome. So my follow-up questions, because I feel like most of them have been addressed by other commissioners, might be a little more specific to staff. Just a couple of items would now be an appropriate time to ask for some of those. They kind of relate a little more to the resolution, make sure I'm understanding a couple things.
So if you do want to ask questions of the applicant, that's completely fine. I just need to reopen the hearing.
I think I'm good. I think that I've gotten close answers on most of them. So I'll go through them and any comments as I feel necessary as we deliberate.
Sure, go ahead.
Staff, though, I do have a couple of quick questions. So thank you, Isaac Rosen. You answered some of the questions I was going to ask with regards to legal questions. We did hear some comments about the artistry lot. So I'm curious if city staff has any follow-up information pertaining to that, because I know that's something that was asked before. And then also the Palm project being denied sloping site. I know it's hard to pull information on the spot, but I would be curious to understand if there's any clarifications that need to be made there. I'm not familiar with these projects.
So I can start in with the discussion of the sloping site method. I think, you know, we've gone through the calculations. I think everyone's clear on how that's done. To precedent, there are examples in the city of projects that included more than one parcel that were graded for previous development and had portions of the site that were flat, but that were then used for sloping site method because from property line to property line across the project site, not just one parcel, but the whole site, it was sloping more than 5%. One example of that was approved fairly recently in the last few years was 1120 to 1122 Larrabee. Excuse me. As far as the other projects on Santa Monica Boulevard that were that we heard were maybe denied the ability to use this method, there's, you know, I don't have any evidence that we denied that. There was not an application made that used the sloping site method that we denied. So I don't know where that's coming from. And I don't have any evidence of that decision being made in that way. As far as precedent on Santa Monica Boulevard itself, you know, as we know, most of the lots on Santa Monica are mostly flat. So, you know, I can't think of any particular projects that we use sloping site on Santa Monica Boulevard. A lot of times we're using it in places like Larrabee above Sunset, or even on Sunset Boulevard, where we tend to have more hillside conditions, but a lot of the area around Santa Monica tends to be flat. But yeah, so, you know, it's hard to prove a negative. I don't have any evidence that shows that we did deny that, and I don't know what the conditions were in the conversations surrounding those projects when they came through.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I just have a couple of quick questions in the resolution. 1.13, this is resolution PC 22-1482. So this would be the development agreement, and as opposed to the EIR resolution. 1.13, it's noting that everything shall be combined into a single legal parcel. I just wanted to make sure that was correct as opposed to two parcels, because I know we have the commercial and residential, but then there is a parking level that sort of straddles both. So does that sound accurate? I just was wondering if that was boilerplate information and needed to be updated, or if that's correct to the project.
No, that is correct to the project, that all
Okay.
6 parcels would need to be joined as one legal parcel. Since the building spans all of the properties, it would need to be one legal parcel.
Okay, thank you. And then 2.4 under project description is referencing stamped drawings from September 15th, and then the planning commission meeting on September 15th, but I think we have October drawings, and then obviously today's January. So I just wanted to make sure that maybe there is a stamp drawing that September 15th that is the official.
You're correct. So the condition would read, this approval is for those plans date stamped October 6, 2022, which of those plans reviewed and approved by the planning commission at its meeting of January 19th, 2023. So that will be revised.
Thank you. And I know there was some discussion about 16.2, the noise mitigation measures and time frame with a consultant being appointed if there's a noise complaint. So just flagging that. And then the last question I have is relating to housing. Resolution 17.12 and 17.18 look very similar to each other. I'm not sure if it's because one's relating to commercial portion and one's related to the other, or they could be combined. 17.18 looks like it has more information in there.
And that's PC resolution 1482?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just wanted to understand some of that for clarification. Those are just my questions for now, and I'll leave it to any other questions that commissioners have as the chair deems appropriate, and then deliberation.
So we can
I can
combine.
jump in there. I can jump in there. I think the issue is our housing team is now divided into 2 teams. And I think that my colleague pulled over his conditions now, and then I pulled over my conditions. And that's why you see the RSHD and the RSD. And so I think it's now that we're separate entities combining these, we have some similar conditions. So I think that's just a duplicate, and 17.18 is the more thorough condition. I think that's the main issue.
Thank you.
Yep.
I believe I saw Vice Chair Thomas's hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Since Commissioner Lombardi did bring it up again in the resolution where it does discuss the consultant for noise mitigation, Lori, you were gonna get back on what the time frame would be for those measures to be implemented.
Yes, so I've discussed with my team, and I think this probably is a question for the applicant team, because it's an accountability issue. But we were thinking that N-1B, that we could add that the letter report shall be reviewed and approved by the directors of Public Works and Neighborhood Safety, and approved noise reduction measures shall be implemented. And then code enforcement shall consider potential revocation of construction permits if measures are inadequate. But a time frame, I think if we could ask the applicant what they are proposing, that would be helpful.
Well, so that goes to the applicant instead of us simply telling them when it needs to be implemented.
think we would want to make sure that we're getting that it's feasible. So I wouldn't want to put a certain timeline on arbitrarily without understanding what that entails and making sure that it's doable. So if there's, if we can get some of that information. The other thing is that mitigation measures are developed in the and circulated with the EIR. So it's difficult for us to amend those, or we can't really amend those as we go. But what we might be able to do is add a condition of approval that sort of goes with it. So let's put a pin in that one and come back to it, and we can try to come up with an alternative for you guys.
Okay, and then my only other question is, I'm just really concerned about the new building laws, and I trust you, Laurie, but I'm just wondering if we can get confirmation from Mr. Galan that there will be no design changes caused by the new state building code.
So I think the biggest changes in this new code cycle was in regards to EV charging, the installation of EV charging stations, but I'm not aware of any triggers that would require a redesign of this project.
Okay. That's all I have for right now, Chair.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Copeland, did you want to speak? Please go ahead.
I did have a quick question for staff, if that's okay. We're talking about the resolutions with regard to deliveries and loading and unloading. And there's no specificity if this pertains to commercial and residential both. Prior to building permit issuance, the projects will include a package delivery area near the loading area. Okay, we saw that a little bit on the plans, I believe, to the satisfaction of the Planning and Development Services Director. And then delivering, loading, and unloading is prohibited on any streets. They must be conducted in the required loading areas within the parking garage. Again, this doesn't allow for the ride sharing and the food deliveries and so forth, or specify if this is for residential and commercial. So residential deliveries would have to drive around. How would they know that they have to drive around and go into that area? It's not very specific. I don't think. We could use more specificity about that. It's a little confusing. I think that was the only other question I had about that one. There were a couple of green points issues that we didn't get to earlier. About the canopy trees, are those on the parcel or on the city parkway? And they said they could not be on the city parkway, so to be sure that those were not. And the green building points, GB 12, it says engineered lumber or steel for 90% of the subfloor sheeting, et cetera. Is that compatible with the type 1 building being all concrete? I mean, are those numbers compatible? I was trying to make sense of them. And those are the only other questions that I had, Chair, for staff. I guess we don't have an answer yet on what would happen with the live work if the business were to shut down, the commercial part of that were to shut down. What would happen with the tenant?
We do actually. So we would, because it's a commercial use, and as with any commercial tenant space, from a land use perspective, there needs to be a business in that space. So we aren't able to speak to the exact code enforcement measures that would take place if a business were to go out. The code is not clear, and we don't have many of these units to set any sort of precedent. However, we would make sure that a business tax certificate is in place at that location, and if not, then we would look into that, and if there wasn't a business at that location, that tenant would not be able to be there. And then also to respond to your question about hours, the hours would be 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. for businesses within live work units.
Okay, and there's no maximum amount of employees or visitors or whatever that they could have in that space during those hours?
A maximum number of employees is 2. And then visitors, it's not, there's no limit.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Copeland? Of course, you're welcome to ask more.
No, I was just concerned about the resolutions concerning the deliveries and the parking that lack a little specificity, and but there's probably maybe there's no good answer for that yet. Other than that, no, Chair, I don't have any other questions this time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Matos, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jones. So I just kind of wanted to just follow up on a couple of points that I had made earlier in the meeting. Specifically, looking to address the community concern of the loading and unloading zones. I do see an opportunity, as mentioned in the resolution 10.6 and resolution 22-1482, it mentions that commercial tenants would be loading and unloading between 10 p.m. and 10 a.m. in commercial spaces. I imagine that a lot of that loading would be taking place, during the week when the businesses are open and receiving their stock. So I'm wanting to see if we can use something creatively to help address the community concern and create a condition where whenever that loading zone is not in use, it's available for residential purposes. We're talking move in, move out in coordination with the building management. We're talking Amazon, UPS deliveries, and potentially even looking toward an Uber and Lyft drop-off zone. I'm not sure what work can be done between the applicant and those commercial ride shares to be able to establish a designated Uber Lyft drop-off zone so that drivers do automatically know where to go, or looking at also looking at working with the commercial delivery partners like Amazon and UPS on kind of creating a standard protocol for the building so that those spaces are known to be able to be used. I think that more creatively looking to maximize that opportunity would address a lot of the concern we've seen around commercial and residential loading and unloading around the property, especially on West Knoll. So I'm thinking, if this project were to move forward, I would definitely want to see, language that compels the applicant to create a plan for those spaces for residential loading and services, and then to present the plan to the planning director, public works director, whomever it needs to be reported to, so that there is a kind of protocol in place ahead of that being completed. I think that would be very helpful to some of the community concern that we've seen in that realm. And I wanted to see staff's thoughts on that.
I think we've previously discussed this specifically, that it is generally the idea is that outside the delivery hours, and the delivery hours are 10 p.m. until 10 a.m. So as to not interact with patrons coming and going from the project site. So I think the idea is that outside of those hours, those delivery and loading areas would be for residents moving in and out of the building, for Amazon drivers, UPS and the like, including Uber and Lyft.
That's great. I'm talking about putting that as a condition in the resolution, where the applicant is creating a plan to compel use of those and then presenting it to us as a condition of moving this forward if it were to move forward. I have some proposed language if, we want to look to that. But my question isn't, to what theoretically is going to happen. It's more to what can we condition to ensure that it does happen and to ensure that the community's concerns are addressed in that area.
Okay.
Other than that, I do share concerns that other commissioners raise around mitigation of the sound. I want to concur with Vice Chair Thomas's suggestion that we stipulate when the sound noise consultant is actually deployed. I do want to support that endeavor and looking for a way for us to codify that. I also want to kind of echo some of the points that Commissioner Lombardi raised in that area as well. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that I would want to see conditioned to ensure that, you know, some of the community concerns are addressed where possible. And I'll conclude my comments there.
Looks like the applicant has a comment, but I'll need to reopen the public hearing. Do we want to hear from the applicant? I'll reopen the public hearing to field a comment or question from Ms. Carlson. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jones. I just wanted to comment with respect to the addition of any conditions. As I had indicated in my opening remarks, we think the project should be subject to the objective standards of the city and only those standards, particularly with respect to this loading condition, which we were told is the condition that is used for all other projects. And while we are certainly comfortable with the informal use of these areas for other purposes, we would object to any condition with respect to loading and unloading in a designated Uber zone unless that's certainly something that the city considers across the board for every project, not a project by project or case by case basis. With respect to the mitigation of sound or when that would be implemented, I'm sure we can figure out some language that reflects Ms. Alkire's concern about, you know, can this be done? Can it be feasible? I don't think anybody thinks that there's going to be a report prepared and the measures aren't taken. Of course, they're going to be taken. Otherwise, we're going to be facing code enforcement. But if there's some timing language that we can agree to, I certainly have every intention of doing whatever is what is recommended by the consultant.
Thank you. Commissioner Matos, do you have a question for the applicant, or can I close the public hearing? Please go ahead.
I do have a question for the applicant. Thank you, Ms. Carlson. So is that to say that the applicant, in this case, that means you, is not open to any conditions of approval for this project?
That is my direction, yes. Now, there may be things that you have and I can run them by the property owner to see whether they would agree, but as of right now, under the Housing Accountability Act, we feel strongly that it's to be the objective standards of the city. And I'm sorry to take a hard line on this, but that is where we are. And candidly, we have worked very hard to try to come up with conditions that address all of the issues, worked hard on the EIR, have met a lot of concerns that have been raised. And if there is, obviously some, consensus among all of the commissioners that additional conditions should be imposed, then I, think obviously it's you can do that, but we certainly would object to that.
So just across the board blanket, no additional conditions, not even like a thought to work with it or try to find a solution?
I think that the city, this is a larger issue for the city in terms of Uber, Lyft, and all of the things that go on with those uses. And I don't know that it's for us as an individual project to figure that out. I think if the city wants to have across the board measures to address those issues, that's fine. And we are open, like I said, informally to use these spaces that seem to be large enough and plentiful enough to be used for these other purposes. But on the condition and the hours, I was told by city staff, that's it. This is the condition that goes into the project. So, we're living with that and those hours. And although the hours seemed odd to us, but I understand the city's thinking on that. So if the city wants to have a, different approach, a different policy, we understand that. But I think we're, given the Housing Accountability Act, we feel pretty strongly about sticking to the objective standards that exist today.
Any further questions for the applicant? If not, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing again and move us back into deliberation. Commissioner Lombardi, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jones. Well, while we have the applicant here and on the topic of objective standards, there were a couple of items I had raised earlier during questions to staff, and I am very curious about, two concerns that were pertain to the design and how that is meeting code standards. One of them being the private outdoor space. Since you have private outdoor space that's in public circulation, that I guess is kind of an outdoor area, but it's not directly outdoor, or you even have to have a situation where there's another unit passing through that private outdoor space to access their unit.
So I know that James Fisher, the architect, had, I thought, addressed that that code section for those units, those 3 units that you had identified. I know, James, you want to go through that again to make sure?
Sure. Yeah,
It's actually 4 units.
Yeah, I think it was actually Lori that was asked that initial question. So the code section reads as this. It says intended to be private open space shall be at the same level as and immediately accessible from a kitchen, dining room, family room, master bedroom, or living room within the unit. Variations from these dimensional and locational standards may be allowed where it can be shown that the required private open space meets the intent and purpose of this section. For the provisions of private open space shall not reduce the common open space requirements of this section. And then, as Lori addressed, if it is not completely, if it is covered, then you have to have at least 33% of the perimeter of the private open space of each unit exposed to open air. There's nothing saying that we have to be completely outdoors or that you can't pass through to get to your unit. All those 3 or 4 units that you addressed are that door directly accesses the living room. So if those units were on the exterior of the building, that's where we would put the exterior deck for that. So you go, through your living room to the deck. So we feel that, based on that definition, that we meet the intent of the private open space.
Yeah, I guess I'm stuck on the private part and the fact that A, there's corridors you can pass by, but B, there's units like the ones I mentioned earlier, like 24 and 25, that you're passing right through that space to access. You're passing through one's private space to access another unit.
I can pull up that that floor plan, but we are not. In terms of the definition of private, it means it just must serve the function of that unit, right? It doesn't mean it has to have privacy. It just has to be, it's not common space organized with more than 1 unit. So let me bring up this plan real quick here.
I mean, I don't want to hold everything up doing a calculation. I just want to flag that I'm not sure in general how this is being interpreted, and I don't know if you're going to have an answer right now for us in terms of how you calculated the area or what's right. But it doesn't seem like it's meeting the code there and needs to be addressed. And then,
sure. Okay.
I want to point out something else too. I thought there were light and ventilation requirements for units. I feel like I've seen this come up a lot on projects, and you have all these units that are like, the 33 to 27 stack, for example, that have these bedrooms that are not open to lighter ventilation. I know you have a nice axonometric diagram on sheet A2.03, but that's not an opening, that's a glass wall.
Right, so if you're providing natural ventilation, then there is a certain requirement for operable windows, but there's an exception to the code, provide mechanical ventilation. And it comes up in more things. Just for example, if you have a building that's closer than 8 feet to a property line, you can't rely on natural ventilation for that. So we have to provide mechanical ventilation, and that happens all the time on urban infill projects. So natural light and natural ventilation are an option. They are not a requirement. The city's code does have a requirement for cross ventilation of units that are 50 feet or deeper or more, which we are providing. So yeah.
Okay. Usually I would see a condition where there's like a ceiling ventilation, you know, it's like the top level or something like that, and it's substituted in that fashion. But this, I don't know, it doesn't seem like the most livable setup to me. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm curious how this all got through to this point that we're looking at it. It seems kind of like an extreme interpretation of what's allowable for the code.
Well,
Any
I
further-
will just say
No, that's the end of my questions.
I was just going to say it has been reviewed extensively. I'll just say that.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Vice Chair Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. I just have one quick question. I know this came up before and I don't remember the answer, so I'm just going to ask it again. Are you still anticipating having the green wall? And if you are, what materials will be on that wall, and how do you anticipate maintaining it so that it doesn't, turn brown or dry out or whatever the case may be?
I think our landscape architect is on, although I'm not seeing.
Yeah, this is Dirk Gaudet, the landscape architect.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you hear the question?
I did hear the question, and while we had previously talked about doing a living wall, we know that there was some resistance to that, and we basically made a planter and an opportunity for vine pockets, so we would actually have a climbing vine. I think it's identified in the planting palette as both ficus, creeping fig, and Boston ivy combined to have both vines climbing on that wall.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to add that we also have condition 7.8 that says specifically that all landscaping and planting areas shall be continually maintained and in good live condition and kept watered, clean, and weeded at all times. Dead or dying plant material shall be replaced within 7 days. So hopefully that addresses that as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Lori.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay.
Can I respond to Commissioner Thomas's question about closing that loop on the noise mitigation? Staff.
Yes, but let me close the I'm gonna close the public hearing.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure that the applicant was okay with our addition to the.
I see. Okay, we'll keep the public hearing open. Go ahead.
Sorry, real quick. So we thought adding condition 5.6, which addresses the construction period mitigation plan, adding a T after the S with the language, the directors of planning and development services and neighborhood safety shall review the letter report prepared by the consultant consistent with mitigation measure N-1B. In the event that the measures in place are not adequate to mitigate construction noise, the directors of planning and development services and neighborhood safety shall provide appropriate recommendations within 1 week of receipt of the report.
So just to summarize, they get the consultant within a week, the consultant does a report, and then the report is implemented within a week.
Recommendations, it's reviewed and recommendations are made within a week. And then depending on that, then a timeline would be set out from there, depending on what those recommendations are. Because if it is to create some sort of new provision, there may be some lead time on that. So we wouldn't want to nail that down specifically here.
Okay, thank you.
That language is acceptable to us.
Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioner Carvajero, I don't want to put you on blast, and I'm happy to speak to. I just usually like to go kind of last. Is there anything that you want to add or any comments that you have?
For deliberation or to staff or to the applicant?
It can be any of those things. I mean, if you want to ask questions of the applicant, I think, we'll need to reopen, but in any order you prefer.
Yeah, I don't
It's
have.
very much meant to be like, we don't have to all just say our piece at once and then we're never heard from again. I think, I want it to be a dialogue.
Yeah, I don't have any further questions for staff, and I don't have any questions for the applicant. This conversation, I mean, this evening has been intense, and I think the commission has done an amazing job of asking the questions that need to be asked. I feel a little bit, like I mentioned before, that we're stepping into quicksand, and we have guardrails that we need to comply by. I understand, I'm going to speak from a design point of view. I understand that this project might not be everything that the community and I would like it to be, but it meets all the guidelines that we have discussed this evening. I don't see an opportunity for us to deny this project at this point. I hear the public comments, and I almost feel like we're put in a position where we have to, who do we believe? And I understand how challenging this project has been for the community, how challenging it's been for the applicant, how challenging it's been for staff. And now we need to mitigate belief versus fact. And I feel, given what staff has repeatedly come to the table with, and the effort that was put into Exhibit J, which addressed many of the comments in a very factual way, I do not see how I could not approve this project, even given what I've said in terms of design. I see the limitations and I see how it could have been better, but it meets all the guidelines, and the Housing Accountability Act is very much real. And I'm open to having a conversation. I would like our deliberation to be less formal and maybe more conversational, given the intensity of this project. I don't know if that's appropriate or if other people are open to it. That's where I sit right now.
Thank you very much. You actually surfaced some things that and I say this all the time, but a lot of these projects really we're not allowed to make decisions based on how we feel. It's really about upholding the law. I think, I haven't really had questions tonight. I haven't had questions for staff or for the applicant, largely because all of you asked them for me. But, getting back to the basics of, the whole foundation, truly, literally and figuratively, for this project really is the sloping site method that's used. And I'm happy to go through kind of point by point why I think it's not within the spirit of the code, which is up to the determination and interpretation of the Planning Commission. I'm not going to say the code is silent on it, but we really don't have any guidance for a situation like this. And I think this was surfaced before by several people, both on commission, and in the community. And I say this all the time too, we can't do our jobs without you. We are one of you, and we appreciate that you are taking your time at 10:33 on a Thursday night to still be here with us and hear what we have to say and to give us your comments, because we understand that you live near or next to this project, and we can't do our jobs. We can't do our jobs without you. But I know we've gone back and forth about it. I've reviewed all the materials, but this is kind of a sticking point for me. And, in instances like tonight, where my job is to build consensus and kind of not just vote my opinion, I don't know how much of a place that has. Table that for just a moment. There are some other things to Commissioner Caballero's point about this project that, I think could be a lot better. I've surfaced this with the applicant. I think there's some real problems with the parking. There's, 2 rows of double tandem parking with a 24-foot wide drive aisle. That's very small. There are a number of tandem spaces on both of the parking levels that are compact that I think would be exceedingly difficult to get out of. So, to Commissioner Lombardi's point about private space, I don't feel good about approving projects that aren't designed for the kind of living experience that I think people deserve to have, which makes this really hard. So I just, we hear things that the community say, and we read all the same things that you do. But I just want to make it clear that, voting for something doesn't always mean that it's what we want, is what I should say. But I guess, to Commissioner Caballero's point, I do want this to be conversational. I'd like for us to come to some kind of a consensus. The applicant has now been to design review, I believe, 5 times. This is, I think, the 5th or 6th meeting that they've had, maybe 7th in front of Planning Commission that's either been here or continued. I do think it is in everyone's best interest to issue a decision tonight, whatever that's going to be. So those are kind of my thoughts. I know that's it's really kind of a role I try not to play, and I'm really showing my cards right now, but some of the things about this make me very uncomfortable, but that doesn't mean that I feel that I have much of a choice when it comes to supporting the project, given the parameters that have already been so well outlined by our city attorney. So I'm going to stop talking now, but.
Chair Jones, you brought up the issue that Commissioner Lombardi brought up, and when Commissioner Lombardi was articulating it, and he did it very well, I was thinking about precedents, because this situation that apartment 23, 24, 25, I completely agree with Commissioner Lombardi, that precedents as a commission has approved this exact situation on other projects. And most recently, the apartment building next to the church on the corner of Fairfax and Fountain. And so the precedence is there. We've approved it. And like the applicant says, if we're going to enforce it here, the city needs to enforce it across the city, and we need to be consistent with it. So I hear everything that everybody's saying, and I don't disagree. I just, this is a very real, the Housing Accountability Act is a very real thing.
Yeah, it is. And I think, and that's a very fair point. I think, there's no political maneuvering for me here. I'm not running for public office, but I can say that my voting record does reflect my absolute support for affordable housing and for more housing in our community. But I think if you know me, and you do, there are 2 things that I really rail against. One of them is parking, and one of them is allowing for loopholes and things that we haven't allowed for. Now, Commissioner Caballero, to your point, the open space you discussed, that's point well taken. So I'm not gonna further surface that. But I think with the sloping site method, that is an objective standard. It is up to us to interpret that, and I do not feel that the way it has been done is in the spirit of the zoning ordinance, and that's the foundation for the entire project. But again, I'm trying to balance here, kind of really being very on the nose about the way that the calculation was made, and also wanting to make sure that I am taking into consideration, and that we are taking into consideration as a commission, the entirety of all of the things that have been laid out for us to consider. And I do think that the criteria for consideration are relatively narrow. Again, whether we may have feelings about that or not is beside the point. Commissioner Lombardi.
Thank you, Chair Jones and Commissioner Caballero, both really well said, and thank you. I really appreciate the conversations that are going on right now. And I guess I just wanted to let you kind of all know what I'm thinking, where I see maybe a couple of issues. So, I mean, in general, this is an immensely challenging project. It's lumbered along for a long time. We definitely need to look at past precedent, and thank you, Commissioner Cavallero for, pointing out a couple instances where maybe I think what we're seeing is code has definitely been stretched to the limits of maybe what's allowed or what the intent is, and that's what's making myself uncomfortable, and I'm sure it's making other commissioners uncomfortable as well. And so that's where I kind of expressed some of that in my questions and follow-up questions to the applicant, as well as to city staff. So there's that to think about, and I guess at the end of the day, the total area of the project was a big issue previously. That's gone now, and it all goes down to the sloping plane method and how that applies. And I guess I'm a little bit curious to hear more from you, Chair Jones. I think right now I feel like this is stretching to the limits of the intent, but it seems like maybe there's been similar examples of this before that have slipped through. And so I'm trying to kind of understand that one point is the main sticking point. I mean, beyond that, the project has some high points. The project, this project site has been waiting for development for a long time. So I appreciate that might be moving forward. I don't know if the pedestrian experience is really exactly what, we'd really love to see, hit for such a prime location like this. I mentioned some of the sort of stretching of the code, whether it be the outdoor private outdoor space or light and ventilation. Parking, I think, has been an issue, and I know we've raised that before, community members have, and I do want to point out that security with parking was a main concern in the commercial end, and it seems like there's been this device that's been added now to basically secure the spot that might be a residential spot from commercial use. But I think, at least for me, the intent was more about safety and security, not securing one's parking spot. So I don't know if that's been addressed. So again, another example of where we're kind of stretching the intent of the code. I was looking to see some protection on the residential side where someone's car might be parked on a commercial side, not that someone would use their spot, but that someone would be in a secured garage versus a more public garage. So those are some of the concerns that I see, but I'm trying to separate all of that out. And I think it really comes down to the sloping plane method. Beyond that, there's a couple of things in the resolutions that I mentioned before that could be tidied up. Happy to kind of reiterate those as needed. And beyond that, I think the only other one that I hadn't really brought up in the resolutions is this type 1B construction that seems to be an assumption. I wonder if that could be added into the resolutions just to make that completely clear so it doesn't slip through in any way, since that's setting a lot of precedent for the architecture and design of the project. But in general, am I pleased with the project? Not really. I have some concerns, but I'm trying to remain objective and I'm still trying to kind of figure out the sloping plane method and if it's not in the spirit of the code, but follows the rules, or if it's just outright not following the code. And right now, it seems like there's data points that measure at a height that would allow how the project's being built. It just seems to me like it's a flat site. So that's where I feel like we're not following the spirit of the code.
I'm going to let John Kehoe speak. Please go ahead, John.
Yes, I want to talk about two things real quick. On the open space, the private open space. So that's been done many, many times. So that's not stretching the code. We have historical precedent from our courtyard buildings from the 1920s and 30s, where they would put the private areas kind of in front of the units in what might be perceived as a large courtyard area. And then we've replicated that through the years in courtyard projects. So that's not stretching or doing anything unusual. As far as the sloping site issues, so the idea is, how does the building sit on the land after it's finished? So after the building is built, how is the building perceived? And, Westnall, the side street, is definitely sloping. And so from the perception of anybody after the building is built is it's a building on a sloping site because the sidewalk slopes down, the street slopes down. And so when we create the building, we're trying to fit it to the site, and the property in the middle of the site is going to be gone because of course it's either going to be excavated if there's a hill there, or in this case, it's already been excavated. But in any case, the land in the middle of the property on a sloping site is going to be gone and replaced by floors. And so the concern is about how is the building perceived from the property lines, from the edge, from the outside. And so the idea is to make sure that the building is the same, isn't exceeding the height requirements at the top of the hill, at the bottom of the hill, on the side of the hill. And then how do you connect those lines? Because those are going to be, since it's not a flat site, you can't just connect it with a parallel line. And so the code provides the two different ways to try to figure out how to connect the height limits when they're very different because the property is sloped overall. And so it's about the perception of how the building is when it's built, and it's perceived from everyone around, making sure that it's still at those property lines at the height requirements. In the middle of the property, it might be taller because it's in the middle of the property where the ground has been excavated. But at the front, it meets the height requirement. At the back, it meets the height requirements. And on the sides, it meets the height requirements. I hope that helps a little bit in that discussion.
John, I think it, I think it does, but in the way that I understand it, the sidewalk itself isn't part of the private property. The sidewalk is the public right of way. The sidewalk may slope, but the property itself does not. And I think that's where I struggle with the way that the calculation was done.
Yeah, and we measure from the property lines, which is right at we measure from the property lines. The height requirements are at the property lines at the exterior.
Right, but I don't think that includes the sidewalk, not based on what's in
right
the
where the
packet.
sidewalk is, where the property line is. The property line is right adjacent to the sidewalk. It's right there.
Well, but it's not the sidewalk. I think that's what I'm saying. I don't think that the zoning ordinance is clear on this. And maybe it doesn't matter. I'm just going to say this. I hesitate to say this, I'm going to say it anyway. Maybe it doesn't matter if we allow this in this instance, because I have discussed this with staff before, and I think they assured me, if I'm recalling correctly, that there are almost no other instances in the city where this situation would even apply, where there is this kind of difference. Jennifer, Lori, I know that we've met about this now a couple of times, but I think we've talked about the other instances in which this might happen, and I don't know that they exist.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say no for sure, but I think it's certainly not a common condition. And like I said, there have been times when we've applied it in the same way to projects or to sites that have been previously excavated or graded and developed on with flat portions. So I think, I don't think this is something we're going to see a lot of in this exact situation.
Commissioner Matos, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Jones. I have a question for John. One of the concerns that was raised, you just addressed, which is the sloping site method. I think that to some extent, all of us have had questions about that as an objective standard. I think the other question that I have for you, John, is something that Commissioner Lombardi brought up and Vice Chair Thomas followed up on that I don't think was sufficiently addressed. And that is state building code changes between 2016 when the project was deemed complete and now. Do those in fact have no weight on any of this?
I'm not quite following building code requirements.
State changes to the state building code.
So the new state building code that went into effect in January, that's the one you're talking about? Is that?
The changes between when the project was deemed complete and now. Do those changes
So the building code that's in effect at the time that they apply for a building permit are what they have to comply with. So all the changes that have happened between the time it was deemed complete and the time they submit for building permit, they will have to comply with from the building code standpoint.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to follow up on that because it seems
and that happens, the building code changes about every 2 years. And so this is a really normal thing for a project to receive its planning entitlement under one set of building code requirements. But then they apply for a building permit, 3 years later, and the building code has changed.
okay. Thanks.
Commissioner Copeland?
Sorry, thank you, Chair. We're just having a discussion. I'm very well aware of the Housing Accountability Act, which is why, it's disappointing that those live-work units did not count toward the total. That would have been a couple of units, which even a couple would have made a huge amount of difference to those who would have gotten them. So that's a missed opportunity. But having said that, I can't, at this time, with several issues that we've discussed already, I can't make the finding that this project is meeting all of the objective standards, number one, yet. If my fellow commissioners want to move this forward, I would respectfully ask if they consider in resolution 6.42, again with the green points, that it would require a return to PC for anything that was non-compliant, any of those green points that were found to be not in compliance because then they would not be eligible for that 4,000 feet that we're talking about, the 0.1 of the FAR. I think once again, we have a method of calculating and measurement that is questionable at best, and that adds a massing and a height and a density to this building that would not otherwise be allowed. And I'm very conscious of that fact. And I can't ignore the public safety part of this, which is part of the Housing Accountability Act. If it's in contravention of public safety, I've sat on West Knoll several times, and it's not only a narrow street, it's a curved street. Very limited visibility. And if you sit right at the top of where this property would end and you watch, as someone mentioned earlier, it's very narrow. So if a car is coming north, one's coming south, they will have to pull to a crawl or a stop, let each other pass. If you're coming down that way and you've got cars that are double parked to deliver food, whatever, if you're going to put 150 or 200 people on this spot in a building, there's going to be multiple ride shares. I don't think, and food deliveries, I don't think that's, I think that is a public safety issue. It's not a question of if, but when there's going to be an accident or a tragedy. When someone has to swerve around, they can't see what's down there. That's one of the concerns that I have. I think it's a great spot for adaptive reuse or development or something to be done there. And I love the live work units. I think we're long overdue on those, and that's a great option. So there are things I really like, but it's just not sitting comfortably with me. Number one, the calculation affects everything else. And I'm not confident on that. And I'm not confident that the objective standards have been met with things like parking and some of the green points. And I just, maybe you can convince me otherwise, but at this point, I'm not comfortable finding that it does meet those standards at this time. So that's it for me right now. Thank you.
Chair, would it be helpful to just kind of go over again just the the threshold for the objective standards piece of the HAA and how it's
No, I understand. I mean, we can. I think what I had gotten stuck on, and it sounds like I'm not the only one, was the justifications for the objective standards themselves, not the justifications. What the objective standards are, because it sounds like the sloping site method, there's some room for interpretation. I'm not saying that I can't be swayed. It seems clear that, you know, staff who's put an immense amount of work on this into this project. Lori, I know this has been on your desk for like 8 years, maybe longer than that. So I want to acknowledge that. And I know that the applicant has put a ton of work into this as well. Doesn't mean I can't be swayed. You were very clear, Isaac, that, you know, I actually wrote it down, but unless there's a specific adverse impact that cannot be mitigated, that we really don't have the ability to not approve it. Correct?
Well, and I think I would just also, and maybe it was the order in which I did it, because I think that is accurate. To deny a qualifying housing development project, there has to be this specific adverse impact that's based on objective codified standards. So it can't include sort of subjective concerns about safety. But I also want to I know there's been a lot of discussion during deliberation among the commission about the objective standards piece. And that actually is a different standard under the HAA. So the finding of whether or not a project is deemed consistent and compliant with the city's locally adopted applicable objective standards in effect at the time the project was deemed complete is a reasonable person standard based on subjective evidence. So under the HAA and its subdivision F4 of Government Code 65589.5, that lays out that reasonable person standard. So even before the need for a specific adverse impact to deny a qualifying housing project, the determination of whether a project conforms with the city's objective standards is based on a reasonable person standard, meaning if a reasonable person could conclude based on the city's local standards that the project complies, then that means that the project is consistent with the city's local standards. And I know I mentioned this off the top. I do think I wanted to just reiterate that is read in conjunction with what's codified of legislative intent within the HAA that says the Housing Accountability Act should be interpreted to afford the fullest possible weight to the approval of housing. So I wanted to just note that there are two different standards, and even that basehold question about conformance with the city's objective standards, it's a reasonable person's standard. Can a reasonable person determine that the project is consistent with city's local standards? And only if it's unreasonable that someone couldn't review the code and find that the standard is consistent, is that a grounds to not find or not make that conformity or consistency finding. And that reasonable person standard is read in conjunction with the deference to the creation of housing by statute. So I wanted to just parse those out a little
Understood.
bit. Yeah.
That's helpful. Are you saying I'm not reasonable? I'm kidding. I do think it remains, I understand what you're saying. I think that is helpful in terms of how we may move this forward. I may not agree with like Joe reasonable, but it sounds like I may be outvoted on that, and that the law sounds pretty explicit in the way that it speaks about guardrails for approval. Isaac, would you agree?
I think the standards within the HAA, it contemplates these kind of difficult conversations. I would say the the actual law does codify that legislative intent that the commission does, and what makes this so challenging that the commission does have to consider as part of that reasonable person standard for the conformance with objective standards. I would say that it is explicit within the text of the statute and has been considered by reviewing courts that that reasonable person standard about finding conformance with objective, the city's locally adopted objective standards is read in conjunction with a reasonable, a reasonability.
I know I'm tripping up a little bit on the definition of a reasonable person.
With the spirit of the HAA codified by that state statute that says it's reasonableness that also is interpreted to afford the fullest possible weight to the approval of housing. I know that's not an easy answer. I want to just provide sort of what's actually codified when we're talking about that standard for that conformance finding.
Thank you. Well, that's cleared some things up for me, or maybe made it a little, help things come into focus a bit. But again, in the interest of this being about building a consensus and moving our discussion forward, do we have a motion? Are we ready to make a motion? Vice Chair Thomas?
I actually just had a couple of more, just a few more points that I wanted to touch on. Not
sure,
very,
yeah, please go ahead. Go right ahead.
Not very many. So I agree with pretty much everyone said. You know, in our approach and quest to not just meet but surpass our arena goals and provide housing options to our community, I'm really glad to see a project with this many units and also a project that includes live work units. I think they're really important for entrepreneurs and creative people in the city, and I want to encourage that type of innovation. Like Commissioner Caballero said, the Housing Accountability Act is very real, and it's, you know, it's new to our city, and I recognize that the state law requires that there is very little room for us to deny a project, but we should still always try to make each project the best that it can be. We haven't really talked too much about aesthetics. I think that the residential side of this project is lovely. It has articulation and it's of exemplary design, but to me, the commercial side is hyper industrial and it already feels dated. So I would have liked to have seen the same exemplary design as the residential side. I'm just adding that, and know that we can't deny the project based on the aesthetics, but it hadn't been brought up. I also agree with Commissioner Lombardi that this is a less than stellar pedestrian experience. A 40-foot glass facade feels very out of character for West Hollywood. I know that we have glass facades elsewhere in the city, but not at 40 feet. And I walk in that area of West Hollywood pretty often, and it feels like that high of a glass facade just dwarfs the pedestrian, and it just does not make for a very good pedestrian experience to me. It's a repetition of corporate looking glass boxes. There's no variation. So I really wish that there had been more effort put into the design. Like everyone else, I have concerns about delivery. The live work units, I know that each tenant who is in those units has to have a business license, but what I didn't hear was whether or not they have to prove every 2 years or 3 years that they're still in business. I wasn't really sure how that gets tracked, and if maybe I missed it, but I was just curious to know that. And I continue to be a little bit concerned about the displaced businesses. I think that this project underscores why our economic development department needs to create a provision for displaced businesses. Change is great, change is good and wonderful, but our businesses are part of what makes us a creative world-class city. And so I want to make sure that we're always looking out for those businesses. As I mentioned earlier, there's a business there that's been there for almost 30 years. So I would like to see, and this is, outside the scope of this particular project, but I would like to see if we can talk to economic development again to see where they are on creating a provision for our displaced businesses, because we have provisions for displaced residents. And I would just like to see that we're making an effort to protect our businesses and make sure that they continue to be part of the future of West Hollywood. So those are just my thoughts, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Commissioner Caballero, please go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Thomas, thank you for those comments. I just wanted to respond actually, or make comment on a couple of the design issues, because you hit on some really important points. The residential design review actually did ask the applicant to take the same care that they paid on the residential side and bring it to the front elevation of Santa Monica Boulevard. So it is less industrial, but the applicant was directed against that by Gwen Pugh. So the city kind of directed them in the direction that we have now landed. And I don't disagree with you at all. And also the glass wall around Santa Monica Boulevard, design review asked the applicant to push it back so that we could connect with the commercial that's happening down on the former Starbucks and, Kitchen 24. So it would have that continuum. The applicant chose not to do that. But what we might not have is that continuous glass wall, because those elevations will evolve as tenants are programmed into the space and they can redesign those walls. So they likely will be operable. I hope they will be operable. And a lot of that does evolve as the businesses take over those spaces, if that makes sense. So I don't know if that kind of helps a little bit, but just so you know.
I appreciate that context. Thank you.
I'm just waiting for a sound to come through or see a hand.
I'll make some comments, Chair Jones, if that's okay.
Sure, please go ahead.
Okay. This is a tough one for me. I think that there have been some questions raised as to the objectivity of some of these standards, and staff has answered them to the best of their ability. But that's still something to be taken into account for. I mean, otherwise, this project has an abundance of housing. There's affordable units and moderate income units, which are so desperately needed. Unfortunately, there's a lot of community concern that came in, but unfortunately, in the way that the applicant has decided to go about doing this, engaging in this process, our conversation is strictly limited to whether or not the standards are objective. I share a lot of the comments that Commissioner Caballero made and that Chair Jones and Vice Chair Thomas made. There's a lot more to be desired with the design on the Santa Monica Boulevard frontage. There are very valid concerns from the community about commercial residential loading zones, and there's a great opportunity to try to maximize a solution for that. But I think that we've heard that the applicant is unwilling to even work with this commission on trying to find conditions that are agreeable, and that really ties our hands with that. There's a lot of other factors that lead into thinking about this project. It's a tough one because yes, it's the housing. Yes, the Housing Accountability Act is real. I agree with all of that. I just think that there's a little bit more left to be desired with this project. I have a question for staff, specifically for Isaac. Part of the Housing Accountability Act in the language says something to the effect of, conditions being part of the process to make a project more agreeable, more, attuned to the issues. I want to get a feel for what conditions, how that plays into the Housing Accountability Act.
Sure. Sorry, I had to unmute. Yes, so I think Commissioner Matos, it's a good question, and we've spent a lot of time on the framework for that reasonable person standard. I think what comes up in the case law would be that, if you have an HAA project and there are concerns about objectivity, the commission has the authority certainly to consider if there are concerns regarding a specific objective standard and it's close, and that's read with sort of the codified legislative intent of the HAA to further housing. It doesn't preclude the commission from looking at conditions of approval, so long as they're not made in a sense that's going to make the project infeasible or represent a way to sort of deny the project without denying it. The important note on conditions of approval, HAA projects and more generally, is there just has to be, and it has to, we've had these conversations before with the commissions about how to structure conditions of approval. They have to be enforceable, and they have to have a sufficient nexus, so they can't institute a cost prohibitive sort of condition on the applicant that can't be checked by the city. So there needs to be the ability for the city to sort of oversee the condition. So the short answer is, I would say that the commission, including for HAA projects, has in its discretion the ability to set conditions of approval. And then there are kind of a host of considerations that exist for any project about sort of the limits on what those conditions of approval look like. So that's kind of I would say the broadest way to think about it. So we talked earlier tonight about, and I think Lori read into the record when the public hearing was reopened, that sort of revised condition 5.6 with respect to the construction management plan. And something like that, in terms of sort of putting the city back in terms of the review of those considerations with appropriate recommendations back to the applicant, is feasible, certainly, for conditions of approval. So yeah, I know that's a long-winded, blurry answer, but I would say, the Planning Commission retains for all projects the right to set conditions of approval. There are just certain parameters around what is feasible and what can be added to the record. And I would add, just to go back to what I said in this long answers, I would say even within case law and HAA projects, part of the intent of the HAA is that reasonable person standard on objective standards, that specific adverse impact standard, that is the heightened standards necessary to deny. I think there's a recognition in the case law that, that limits discretion in certain ways, the commission can still address larger concerns through conditions of approval, so long as they meet certain thresholds and don't create an undue burden, are going to be enforceable, where it's city and truthfully it's city staff that's able to confirm those because of the hearing limitations and the need to issue a decision, a final decision, as opposed to something that maybe comes back to the Planning Commission. So I hope that is helpful. I know that's a significant amount of.
No, it is helpful. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Lombardi, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jones. Maybe I just want to round out like the last and final thoughts that I have. And I mean, I think we've had such a good discussion here, and Thank you, Vice Chair Thomas, for some of your added input on design on the residential side, commercial side, and I concur with that sentiment in terms of level of design and the sort of discrepancies between the two, and that the commercial side maybe feels like it's not as refined. And I know that Commissioner Cavallero, you sat through design review, and a lot of that was discussed as well. And at the end of the day, that's, you know, not really a deciding factor in what we're looking at here right now. Not saying that I want to put a motion out there, but I'm just going to put out the things that I see in the spirit of moving this along. So I would start with, let's see, I made note about item 2.4, which is, and I'm talking about I'm calling it the main resolution, and I forget the exhibit by now, but it's number 1482. So it's not the EIR resolution. 2.4, correcting the dates as necessary. And then, let's see. I don't know if this is the appropriate place, but I mentioned this earlier, the type of construction of the project, and I know that Commissioner Copeland also had mentioned this. There's 6.4, all structures shall conform to the requirements of the City of West Hollywood Building and Safety Division. Perhaps there could also add in this note, and must be type 1B construction. I would appreciate seeing that located in the resolution somewhere, if that's the appropriate place, or as a standalone item. And then I don't know, there's something to address on the green point system, which is in 6.42 of the resolution, but I think it's going to be tough for this to come back to the Planning Commission. I don't know if there's precedent for that, although I understand that it impacts the FAR, and so that could be justification there. Maybe there's some added discussion from commissioners on this one, but perhaps after the very first sentence, it could be further clarified and say something such as, so it says, goes on to say reviewed and verified during the building and safety plan check process, but maybe it says something such as and certified by an independent entity, just to kind of drive home that needs to really be vetted and can't just be a check the box, but no one actually looks. I think it's really important, especially when thinking about our city's guiding principles. And that was it in terms of the big items that I saw. The last one was using 17.18, page 50 of 51, with regards to inclusionary housing, the slightly clarified sentence. So those are the main concerns I have. And I'm trying to figure out if I'm reasonable or unreasonable after all of this discussion, but those are the things I would like to see maybe addressed in the resolution.
Commissioner Copeland, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a question, perhaps for staff. Are they asking for a mixed use bonus with this project? I'm talking about the city's mixed use bonus.
Yes, they are.
Okay, so is that discretionary? I mean, would that give the commission the ability to make any changes, or that's not discretionary?
I think I'm trying to think of the way to frame this. I mean, I think Commissioner Copeland, for any of the resolutions before the commission, there are certainly findings that have to be made that are discretionary in the sense that the commission needs to approve them. I think the tension, or what makes it challenging, is the approval of those findings are still overlaid on a housing development project under the HAA. And so I think that's, so in terms of the incentives and
separated, then, in other words, that's,
yeah. Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear that. Sorry.
so that's, you're saying that can't be separated. That's all under the same umbrella.
It's part of, yes,
housing.
It's part of the same, housing development project. So I think that's what makes it so, that's what makes this challenging for the commission, is there are those discretionary findings, but they are considered in the context of the HAA project.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, it sounds like everyone has kind of given their, thoughts, comments, POV. I think we've advanced the conversation a decent amount. I had a quick question about, the green building points. I think it's been stated before, this is probably going to be the last green building points project that we see here. I don't know that we're able to require that it come back to planning, because I know that when the green building point system was still in effect, I know this is something that, we had discussed with applicants at length, that there was the, minimum 90-point requirement for it to meet that threshold. But I believe that there are systems in place to ensure that those are met. I think I had actually asked the applicant, there was not to be any carpet in the project, sum total, and they confirmed that there would not be. I think that seems like a high standard, but if they think they can get to the 90 points and the city determines that they do, I guess I just want to understand, would the reason for bringing it back be the materials that constitute the 90 points? Or would it just be to make sure that they meet the 90 points? Because I'm not sure that in either case we'd be able to require that they come back.
Are you asking?
I just want to understand the intent of that, of what Commissioner Lombardi surfaced. And I think Commissioner Copeland had surfaced it as well.
Well, in my case, it was, I did ask the question earlier, because if they do not have those 90 points and they're no longer eligible for that 0.1 FL, that would require a redesign, a return to PC? I think that's the question I asked Lori earlier.
I think that would constitute a major change, and all major changes in the code now require going back to Planning Commission for approval.
And that would also include change of construction. If we went to type 5, this building would be completely different.
Right. Again, I think that's another major change, a major amendment that would have to go back to Planning Commission for review and approval.
So those things are already baked in the cake.
Yeah, my question had been, if any of these green points are found to not be compliant, then it's not in compliance, they're not eligible, would that immediately go back to, or could it be in the resolution that would necessitate returning to planning? So that was my question earlier.
Okay.
And
would anyone like? Oh, go ahead.
You want to respond to that? Okay. Expand on that. I'm sorry.
And this may be something, an experience on my side, I'm just trying to understand with regards to the green building points, and then also if the building construction were to change, if it's actually going to be caught and flagged, and if it actually would come back to us, or if it somehow just shuffles under the radar. I don't know if I have an answer to that, but that was my thought with how we might address some of the concerns with 6.42 in particular, and then also the construction type.
So I can give a little clarity on what brings a project back for a major amendment. And it's in the code in 19.62.070. It's amendments to approved projects. And it gives 5 criteria. We've talked about this before. 5 criteria that would trigger it coming back to the original approval authority. And I think the one that we're talking about here the most is that this would be a change to the basis upon which the review authority made the findings of approval for the project. So, if it has significant changes to the project design, that also triggers it. But in certain cases, if they couldn't meet their 90 green building points and they took out 10% of the floor area, but the design was mostly the same, that might not trigger it. But it sounds to me like the commission is explicitly baking this into the basis on which they're making a decision if the commission does approve the project, in which case, we would, whenever there's an amendment, we go back, we review the minutes, we review the meeting, we try to ascertain exactly what the big factors were. And if that's changing, then we go ahead and kick it up to a major amendment and bring it back. So I think that it's pretty clear here that those 2 items are very important to the commission. And if they change significantly, You know, if the construction type changes, or if they no longer qualify for the green building incentive, then that would constitute a major amendment. Does that help?
That's really helpful, Jennifer. Thank you. Go ahead.
Would a condition kind of address what Commissioner Lombardi and Commissioner Copeland are asking for? I think the concern is just making sure that they actually use the materials that justify the 90-degree points, which is an objective basis from my measure, based on 2016 standards as to why the project was approved. I mean, is that what you guys are trying to achieve? Is that what the commissioners are trying to achieve?
I wouldn't know. I think, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Lombardi.
If it's okay, Chair Jones, I think I can summarize pretty succinctly. So there were two items I did suggest as changes within the resolution, which would be, I guess, a condition, modifications to two things. One, the green building code, and then also one was 6 point, a very low number, adding in the construction type. Jennifer Alkire, you really helped explain those items and what it all means. And so I guess I just would want to understand if then we're good with how it's written because you all understand the intent based on these discussions, or we actually need to bake it in. But I did put a solution out there in terms of how to address the two if we wanted to be more specific, if we felt it was necessary.
Commissioner Lombardi, I would just note, I think my hesitancy from my perspective on a condition, and this sort of went to what Commissioner Matos said about sort of baking in the process for the major amendment. And I know that was different from sort of what you had suggested, but I think my concern on that would be, we're talking at this stage as part of this project approval on more conceptual plans. And I would say, I think it's baked into condition, 6.42, to the extent that the city has its existing processes to check the 90 green building points. And as Jen mentioned, the city would review at that stage after project entitlements are issued. And it was at that stage of going through the 10 pages of these conditions of approval and making sure the applicant has met each one, that it would be something that would be considered at that time, and that staff would look at the hearing and sort of the concerns articulated with the potential changes to the project. And that would come at a less conceptual phase than the project entitlements being considered tonight and the corresponding conditions of approval on those entitlements.
Okay, thank you. And then how about the construction type? Is type 1B? Is what are your thoughts there? Or is that something for 6.4 or elsewhere, or not at all?
I believe, and maybe staff can speak to this, I think with the type 1B, and maybe I'm confusing it with the materials, I thought we do have some existing language that broadly touches on that, but I would defer to staff and the familiarity with the type of construction.
I would think that we'd want to say that some conditions of some sort that would say that the type of construction was part of the basis for making the decision. Since that's what they're showing the project as, we're not adding anything to the project. We're just making sure it's very clear in the resolution about the basis for the decision. And then that way it's helps future planners to read that condition and know.
So John, oh yeah, sorry. I was just going to say, yeah, it sounds like the idea is maybe to codify a condition or add to a condition, just that the basis for the decision is the planning commission's basis for a decision, if there's ultimately a motion, would include that it's type 1B construction. And I think would the second be just the importance of the project meeting the 90 green building points?
There I am. Yes, if we could also do it that way.
Okay, so we have some points of clarification here. Does anyone want to make a motion based on the information at hand?
Yeah, I'll make a motion based on.
Please go ahead, Commissioner Caballero. Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve the project as presented in the staff report with the comments that have been made recently in our commission review.
I'll second.
And maybe at this point before discussion of deliberation, Chair, we could just, it's hard when we're all virtual, but I know we've all been working on those discussed conditions. I don't know if someone has them handy, but just to ensure that's part of Commissioner Caballero's motion. To the comments being made.
And I think there's also changes, some corrections to section 6 of the development permit resolution 22-1482. Lori, if you have that handy, or I can read it if you're working on conditions.
I have that. So section 6 would state, notice of the November 3rd, 2022 public hearing before the Planning Commission was posted on the site for a period of at least 28 days, beginning October 4th, 2022. An advertisement was posted in the Beverly Press and the West Hollywood Independent on October 20th, 2022, and notices were mailed to surrounding property owners and residents within a 500-foot radius of the project site and neighborhood watch groups on October 20th, 2022. Copies of the staff report have been on file at the West Hollywood City Hall since October 27th, 2022. On November 3rd, 2022, the Planning Commission continued the matter to December 1st, 2022, due to technical difficulties in the council chambers. On December 1st, 2022, the Planning Commission continued the matter to January 19th, 2023, due to COVID-19 and unforeseen health circumstances. On October 19th, 2023, the Planning Commission properly reviewed and considered this matter at a public hearing. The Planning Commission Design Review Subcommittee has reviewed this project 5 times on December 13th, 2012, June 12th, 2014, January 22nd, 2015, December 8th, 2016, and December 12th, 2019. And then condition 2.4 would be revised. The 2 dates would be revised. So it would say the approval for those plans date stamped October 6, 2022, which are those plans reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission at its meeting of January 19th, 2023. A copy of said plan shall be maintained in the files of the city's current and historic planning division. The project shall be developed and maintained in substantial conformance with said plans except as otherwise specified in these conditions of approval. And then we're adding T to condition 5.6, which is the construction period mitigation plan condition, stating that the Director of Planning and Development Services and Neighborhood Safety shall review the letter report prepared by the consultant consistent with mitigation measure N-1B. In the event that the measures in place are not adequate to mitigate construction noise, the Directors of Planning and Development Services and Neighborhood Safety shall provide appropriate recommendations within 1 week of receipt of the report. And then lastly, we would add a condition that stated, I was still working on that, but the basis of the Planning Commission's decision includes that the project be constructed with 1B type construction, and that the importance of the project shall meet the 90 green building points.
We put that in condition 2.6.
Thank you.
So with all those points just raise, yeah, I would just confirm with our motion maker and our second that part of that motion in terms of the discussion of the commission, that's part of that motion includes those 4 items that Lori just stated.
Question to the motion maker and seconder. I think there was also 17.18 to combine. And with 17.12, so that would renumber. And I noticed while I was reading 2.4 that there's a small typo on 2.21. There's just an extra 1 there, just a minor thing. I think that captures the other things I saw, if you're open to that.
Commissioner Lombardi, can you could you specify again the request on the conditions within section 7?
17?
I'm sorry, 17.
Yes, the request was 17.12 and 17.18 are almost duplicates. So it would be to delete 17.12, and then 17.18 will likely become 17.17. And that one should cover everything in 17.12. And I'll leave it to if it should say RSD or RSHD or both in parentheses at the end. I'm not sure how that works as being reviewed by both RSD and RSHD.
That was, and my apologies, I was looking at 17.1 and 17.2. So that was 17.12 and 17.13.
17.12 would be deleted, and then the very last one, 17.18, covers everything again and a little bit more clearly.
Okay.
However, you have different agencies noted at the end of it, RSHD and RSD.
Okay.
Did we get the 2.6 language correct?
I think we should reread it.
Okay. So perhaps 2.6 should say 2.6. The Planning Commission's decision on the project was based in part on the 90 green building points and the proposed building construction type.
Should we say the 1B building construction type?
Okay, yeah, the 1B building type.
Okay, so with the change just read from Director Kehoe on 2.6, then we have section 6 and that Lori read into the record regarding the procedural history of the project. We have the revised dates in condition 2.4. We have the addition of a new T in section 5.6 with respect to the construction measures. And then finally, Commissioner Lombardi mentioned removing 17.12 as duplicative. And just striking that, I think, would be the most easy way forward so that the provisions don't otherwise have to be renumbered. With those revised conditions read into the record, can I confirm that's consistent with the maker of the motion and the second that's pending on the floor for approval of staff's recommendation?
It is.
And the second?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so unless there's any further commenting or discussion, we have a motion on the floor and a second. The conditions have been read in, and those have been confirmed as in keeping with the intent of the motion maker and the person who did the second. So are we ready for a vote? I believe that we are. David, can you please call the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Carvalero.
Yes.
Commissioner Copeland.
No.
Commissioner Lombardi.
Yes.
Commissioner Meadows,
Yes.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Chair Jones,
Yes.
and the motion carries, noting 5 ayes, Commissioner Copeland voting no, Commissioner Gregoire recused. Amending, approving the resolutions number PC 22-1481 and PC 22-1482. There is an appeal process. The resolutions the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
Thank you, David. Okay, moving right along. Item 11 is new business. We have none. Item 12 is unfinished business. We have none. Item 13 is excluded consent calendar. There is none. Item 14, items from staff, A and B. We moved those up at the beginning of the meeting. Item 15 is public comment. Again, this is time that has been set aside for general comments not pertinent to any of the agenda items that we heard tonight. David, do we have any public speakers?
Chair, I received no requests to speak on this item. If there's anybody on the platform that would like to speak, use the raise hand feature or *9 for me at this time. And Chair, we are all clear for public comments.
Great, thank you. Item 16 is items from commissioners. Do we have any comments from commissioners? Vice Chair Thomas?
Thank you so much, Chair. I wanted to ask, to ensure that we receive all the materials and we read through everything in time for our meetings, I was wondering if staff, whomever, could share with the public when correspondence should be received so that it can be properly distributed to commissioners, because I think we received about 300 pages of last minute correspondence today. And sometimes a commissioner may not have the time to read through these items. Thankfully I was able to, but I was just wondering if staff could just share when the public or representatives or whomever should get materials into staff so that you have enough time to turn it around to commissioners.
We will communicate that. We often do. I think sometimes people need to receive the packet and be able to read the materials to provide their comments, but we'll reiterate that it's important that you guys have time to see their comments in order to take them to heart.
So does that mean, should people send in the correspondence 2 days before? Is that the best time? 2 days before the Planning Commission meeting? I just want.
I'll actually lean on David Gillig to let me know what the best timing is on that for getting the things posted to the agenda.
What Chair or the Vice Chair, this has been like an ongoing issue over the years about people sending in correspondence at the last minute, expecting you to read all of it. We have posted agenda that there is a deadline of 4 p.m. at which time all that correspondence, should be disseminated to all of you. But it also comes down to, for example, when we get letters and correspondence from an attorney's office, that's like 300 pages. As soon as I get those, I try to get them out to you as soon as possible, like it happened today. But that still doesn't give you time. And we've reached out, to the attorneys, to the developers, letting them know that, you just all don't have the time, to read these large documents. You just need to get them in earlier. There's not really too much we can do other than, telling them to get them in earlier.
Sure. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, if a resident is reviewing a project or watching this and they want their letter to be in the packet that's delivered to the planning commission, so you would have that time to look at it, they really need to get their letter into us 10 days in advance of the meeting, because we publish the packet, well before the meeting, so you can start to read it. So if a resident wants it to be in the packet, so you can have the full time to read it, they have to get it to us at least 10 days before the meeting. What David is talking about is once the packet's been printed, it's printed. And so we can only, all we can do is collect information that's given to us, and then we try to turn around and distribute it back to the planning commission as quickly as we can.
And I'd also like to thank staff for doing that, for turning it around. And I want to thank the public who does send in their letters and their public comment to help guide our decision making. But I just want to make sure that we all have enough time to read your wonderful letters. And so I just wanted to make that ask. And that's all I have, Chair.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Matos, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Jones. So I just wanted to follow up with staff on a couple of things. The first thing is in I believe it was our early December meeting, I requested that staff come forward with, all new state housing laws, state changes that would affect local land use planning decisions made by this body. I just wanted to kind of receive if there was a timeline for that. If I recall correctly, there was unanimous agreement from this body that we would have that come forward.
And Commissioner, I'll step in just to say we are working on that in our office, and so you'll hear it with staff, but from us as well on some of the changes to recent state law. And I'll plug our firm also does legal alerts too, but you'll hear it directly from us, and we expect it to be very soon at a planning commission meeting where we'll try to get into those.
And I'll say that we've been trying to find a time to agendize it. But as you know, all through the fall, we've had very full agendas. And so it's just a matter of finding that meeting date that has a little bit of room on it for a good discussion.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you for that. There's one other thing that I want to ask the commission if they would be agreeable to with consensus. I had planned on bringing this forward as a potential discussion point for this body before this meeting. And now after this meeting, I think it's really needed. I would love a discussion or some sort of briefing, written or discussion in person, about the city's standard conditions that we're adding to these resolutions, and then customized standard conditions that staff has at their disposal that they sometimes, insert into a project. I think a part of that discussion should include what conditions the Housing Accountability Act allows. I think that would be very helpful. There's, a lot of ambiguity, in my opinion, in Housing Accountability Act rules. It says in the language that if there's a reasonable concern that's in line with Housing Accountability Act, issues, that it can be conditioned. And then if it can't be conditioned to address the issue, then and only then it could be denied. I want to get a better understanding on what conditions we're working with at our disposal. I think it would be very, very helpful, even if it were just a discussion around what the Housing Accountability Act allows and the standard conditions that the city puts in. That would be really helpful for me. I don't know if it'd be helpful for anyone else. If not, that's fine. But I just want to throw that out there as a potential additional discussion point, for this body. And that's all I have. And I'd love to know if that's agreeable to the commission, and if not, it's fine.
Thank you, Commissioner Matos. Commissioner Caballero, go ahead. You're muted.
Sorry. Per our conversation during approval of agenda, I will need to recuse myself from our next meeting, February 2nd, due to conflict of interest with the Sunset Billboard program. And so I just wanted to let you know that. And Chair Jones, thank you for your careful navigation tonight. And to all my fellow commissioners, that was a really tough evening with very insightful questions, and I'm glad we got through it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lombardi?
Sure. Just some quick thoughts on Commissioner Matos's comments about what we can do within resolutions and anything as it relates to Housing Accountability Act. I mean, open to anything. I'm just looking at it from the design end. I think that a lot of projects we receive and review are unique and have their own challenges. So we're always going to have funny things that we're navigating, and that's part of. So I don't know how much will come of it, but obviously it might be a benefit. So sure. And then just wanted to thank everyone on the commission for a lengthy and challenging discussion today, and thank you, Chair Jones, for guiding us through it all. We made it.
All right, and I was just going to say that I'm in agreement with Commissioner Lombardi. I think, there's so many standard conditions for our projects, and I think it really is going to depend on the project and on the applicant's willingness to, have the project condition. But certainly, if there is kind of like a boilerplate or a, I don't know, hit list in terms of things that come up the most often, I'm certainly happy to review those with the commission. Or have staff review them with us. In any case, does anyone else have any comments? All right, well, thank you, everyone. I know it was a long meeting, but I am happy that we finally were able to move 8555 forward. It's been a very long time coming. Thank you to everyone who came out, anyone who is still with us on the call or who was with us this evening. Thank you very much for joining and taking so much of your time. If no one has anything else, I will adjourn this meeting. We will adjourn to a regularly scheduled meeting on Thursday, February 2nd at 6:30 p.m. And I believe this will also be a teleconference meeting. Have a lovely week and weekend, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thanks.